Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, saints and ain'ts, participators, congratulators, duplicators, welcome to another episode of the Throne Room. How are you, my love?
I'm doing great. Another night that I have to be thankful for being here. It's a lovely God night. And I'm just glad to be here again and talk to the people, and give inspiration.
Speaking of the people, five boroughs, be aware, Dialogue with Diamond D is in full effect. That is our street unit where we are patrolling the five boroughs in New York City and just getting feedback from the kingdom on various topics and issues that directly affect the kingdom. Yesterday we were in the Bronx, particularly the South Bronx yesterday. We were on 149th and 3rd Avenue. A lot of fantastic feedback from the people. Shout out to Diamond D. She will be coming to a commercial region near you. So keep your eye out for the bigger microphone. It's all about getting feedback from the people.
Yeah, absolutely. Yesterday was great. She did a very fantastic job. Again, shout out to Diamond D. Look forward to the Bigger Picture news. We will have it there for you.
The topic we were discussing yesterday was actually something that many New Yorkers have on the mind and on the tongue, and it is the situation with our migrants, the influx of those citizens coming from other nations, some as far as Africa, some as close as Venezuela, seeking amnesty and opportunity, and the amount of dollars that our wonderful state has decided to funnel into that population, despite the fact that there are so many New Yorkers that need that exact funding just to survive. As of yesterday, there were 62,726 families residing in DHS shelters, and the only housing alternative that they're being offered at this time is a program called City FEPS. Are you aware of City FEPS, honey?
No, I'm not. Elaborate.
City FEPS is a failing program. Let's start with that. City FEPS have not established permanent housing for any of the families that have accepted this alternative voucher to Section 8 since its launch approximately in 2013. In 2011, they done away with Section 8, which people talk a lot of smack about Section 8, but when you really do the math, Section 8 covers 30% of your residential expenses. The other 70%, of course, is on the actual renter. Now, why Section 8 offers more stability to families who are seeking permanent housing is because, one, that 70-30 split still holds the family accountable for paying a portion of their living expenses, which of course promotes economic responsibility. Two, another great thing about Section 8, and I know some of you bourgeois and ghetto bourgeois is like, oh, Section 8, I could never stop. Pause, get rid of it. Truth of the matter is, Section 8 also holds property managers very accountable for the quality of living of those residences. For instance, a landlord or property manager is not going to get his Section 8 funds if your refrigerator is not working, your heat and hot water is not functioning properly, or if there's any other structural damage that is impacting this health and safety of the residents. They will withhold that money. But if everything is on the up and up and they pass those 10 points, they're going to get paid. Also, another great thing about the Section 8 program is Section 8 is, you could transient. You could take it to various states. And as long as they accept that federal voucher, you can now expand your family to other communities and other neighborhoods. Now, when they froze Section 8, I don't have the numbers. So all of you so-called fact checkers and brainiacs, throw it in the chat if you have the exact year, but the Section 8 applications were frozen, particularly for New York State. I think they gave an excuse that there were so many people on the waiting list. There wasn't enough federal funding to keep the program going. So they then replaced it with Children's Advantage. Now, Children's Advantage was a program, another failing program with a capital F, because Children's Advantage would only pay a percentage of the family's rent, but each year that percentage would decline until it reached zero. Now, if you're a family that has been living on, how do we say this in a more attractive way without being offensive? Public assistance. That's nice, right? That's nice.
Fair.
Public assistance, because that's what it's called. If you're a family that has, on a generational scale, lived in through public assistance, right? When you get to, say, that 5% mark, you're pretty much already most likely in rental arrears. Another issue with the Children's Advantage program was they weren't actually paying their portion until the landlord filed a non-payment petition with the housing court. Now, of course, you're saying, that can't be true, Queen Bigga. Yes, it is. Look it up. Talk to your cousins and aunties and uncles that actually work at DHS NYC. They will tell you it was a disaster. The families that accepted Children Advantage wind up back in the family shelters within 16 months of accepting this program. So then they came up with the City FEPS program. Okay, City FEPS, very similar to Children's Advantage. There's a percentage of your rent that will be paid, and based on your income, there is a small portion that you may have to pay. Now, if you're a family that relies on public assistance or Social Security benefits as your source of income, you basically don't have a co-payment. The issue is a lot of landlords don't trust City FEPS, and they're not held to the same standard that the landlords that accepted Section 8. You have families that have City FEPS vouchers approval for a year or more, and they're still not able to secure permanent housing. So you combine all of these factors in place, all of the New York City residents that are in the shelter system with their families, and we're not even going to tackle all of those single men and women that are in the city shelters that don't have children. Okay, we have to factor into that number. Okay, you have the influx of those seeking asylum come in. I think the last number was somewhere around 100,000. You fact checkers, throw it in the chat if you have the exact number. I'm specifically talking about New York City, though, no other borough. No other city, I'm sorry. They are being granted housing. They are also being allotted eligibility for this City FEPS voucher. We are covering the expenses for them to go into the family shelters are pretty much filled to capacity. So we are footing the bill for some of the families to go into private hotels. If I told you the rate that New York City is paying for private hotels for a family of 3, your hair would stand up on your head, okay? Just spin that around. Somebody, if you know it, throw it in the chat. Now I understand they're also being granted a prepaid card or a debit card of some kind that is allotting them $1,000. Now, what I don't have clarity on is this $1,000 for the month and it's a one and done, or is this a continual cycle of $1,000 on a monthly basis? And this came about because many of the families were complaining that they didn't have access to cook nutritious or even proper meals in the temporary shelters where they were staying. That's the reality of many families, unfortunately. But they are not granted or even offered the opportunity to say, hey, can I have additional funds so I can purchase, food that maybe I could cook elsewhere and transport, or just don't have to eat the crap that possibly may make me and my children sick in a later time. So those were some of the issues that we were presenting to the people in my hometown, Bronx, New York, of course. And their feedback was like really tremendous. We actually had a really young man. He was actually one of the young people that had just arrived in this country less than a month ago. Okay. And he was told that because he's single, he has no children, that he had to leave the temporary shelter that he was placed in. Now, what he was doing on 149th and 3rd Avenue, I don't know, because that is definitely not a place. If you're not from there, don't go there, okay? Unless you're passing through, okay? There's no shopping to be done over there. Pretty much, that's a pass-through location in the Bronx. Very different from Fordham, okay? There's nothing to do on 3rd if you're not copping H, okay? If you're not there running a scam, okay? And if you're not working at one of the many non-for-profits in that region, there's really no reason for you to go to 3rd Avenue on 149th. And one of the things he shared with us that Diamond D thought was really powerful, and it kind of shifted the tone of some of the feedback we were getting from the people, was, where am I going to go tonight? When he said that, and we had already spoke to several Bronxites that were, really on their soapbox, really upset. What about us? And when he said that, it was amazing, because I literally saw Diamond D say, wow, I don't know. Where are you going to go tonight? And it was very cold. Side note, that white goose down coat he had on was gleaming. So I don't know if you was running a scam or not, brother, because you looked very, very clean cut. What do you think, honey?
Yeah, that's really amazing that they get to stay in luxury hotels.
Not luxury, honey. Like the
Well,
Comfort Inn,
at our
whatever is.
stores, but no, they are at luxury hotels because at our stores, the location that we have in Times Square, they're in those hotels down there. So that I know
I
for a
didn't know
fact
that.
because we deal with them coming into our stores when they leave out the hotel. They come through the store. So they're definitely in hotels. They're in hotels. They're staying in nice hotels. And this $1,000 a thing on the card, that really disturbs me. Like I heard that
It's a
they
little
got a
disturbing.
$51 million budget.
$52 million.
52 million.
Yeah.
And what disturbs me is what did we get? What have the inner city youth gotten to stay out of trouble? If you gave inner city youth a card of $1,000 a month, they probably wouldn't do no crime on the street. They probably would turn their whole life around. When was that offered to the
True.
citizens who's been here? So I find that very disturbing. I would like to have some answers to that. Like, if you gave us a $52 million, we probably would have jumped for reparation, like thinking, jumping for joy as if we just received reparation.
Very true.
We've gotten nothing. And I think that that's very disparaging to me to see that our government or our mayor has come to that decision. So it's very ironic that these same people that they are taking well good care of better than their own citizens that's here turn around and beat the hell out the cops and stomp their faces into the ground this week.
Oh,
Did you see
yes.
that?
That was major, major news of the week. 7 young men, and they were young men. None of them looked over the age of 25. I guess there was a dispute over a moped or one of the motorized bikes, which I don't know if those are considered illegal, but let me tell you, I can't stand them. You guys don't have mirrors. You're zooming in and out of traffic. It's 3 or 4 people on one. Stop. We're not on vacation, and I don't want you to come next to my baby. So, please. And the video actually is all over. It's on YouTube. It's on any social media platform that you choose, Facebook, Instagram. And all 7 of them, I mean, to put it as pleasantly as possible, beat the shit out of those 2 cops. I mean, kicks in the head. If that was any of our NYC resident children, whether you are brown, whether you is high yellow, they would not have survived that encounter.
Absolutely not. They would have been murdered.
Now, the survivors of the encounter, which may have been maybe 5 of them, you definitely would have had a bail set or no bail set whatsoever. And you would have been escorted to a lovely, fully paid, all-inclusive vacation to Gladiator Camp, the island of the ill, Rikers Island. That's where that would have wound up. So I was amazed that only one was held for bail. The others were allowed to leave on their own recognizance, so ROR. Anyone that's been to the booking, that's like the sweetest abbreviation you could hear when you get to court, because that means you get to go home. And they left. They left the city.
Left the city.
Yeah.
And that's absolutely ridiculous, because if that would have happened to our kids, our young boys, and any people in the inner city, they would have killed us. On the news, you would have had them on the news talking about another justified homicide. We've played the video. It's clear to see here, that this had to be done. We had to kill them. We've been killed running away from them, not doing anything, not fighting them in any way. And they're kicking these cops in the face and stomping them in the head, and they just get let go. What happened to the law that even if you touch a bus driver, that's supposed
7
to be a
years.
felony in 7 years? How did these guys just end up walking? So not only are we paying for them and taking care of them in luxury hotels and giving them money to eat in nice restaurants and buy clothes and all of this, we're also letting them beat the shit out of our New York City police.
I mean, they did beat the shit out of those 2 cops. I mean, I haven't seen anything like that in quite a while.
What is going on here? Is this all a plot for the vote?
I believe so.
Because again, the day that you told me that they was going to give them a right to vote, do they understand what that is going to do to our democracy? Do they understand if that they give them the right to vote, that is going to destroy like everything that we know as is?
I think there is a plan. I don't know if the plan has been well thought out, because we are a city that is already really overwhelmed. Our teachers have anywhere from 40 to 45 students in a classroom, and that's in the public sector and the charter school sector if you live in New York City. Low-income housing is a lottery. Even low to medium income housing is a lottery. We want to stay in New York because of the access. You don't necessarily need a car if you live in New York City. You could pretty much get to anywhere you need to using mass transit. So we understand, yes, there are a lot of benefits, but we do have a lot of deficits when it comes to the quality of life and care to the citizens and the families of this city. NYCHA has been falling apart for a significant amount of times. We have families that are going without heat and hot water. And NYCHA just got a Santa Claus bag full of money to do these repairs. Now, I'm curious to see which residents actually get to see these repairs actually take place. Actually, people talk to us. If you're a NYCHA resident and you have been on the wait list for significant repairs having to do with mold removal and repairs to your plumbing, repairs to even your flooring, the elevators in your building. Let us know if you've received any update on what the status of those repairs are, because there has been a Santa Claus bag dropped on New York City Housing Authority to make those repairs. And we want to know what the status of that is.
Hey, how you doing? Well, we out here on 3rd Avenue. You at Dialog Diamond D, and you on a bigger picture. You about to get the full stance on what's been going on with the immigrants, the illegal immigrants. Well, what happened was they was in the train station. Cops got a little feisty, running their mouth. The immigrants decided that they was going to gang up, and they kicked them, they beat them, and they got away with it. Not a tag, not a snag, not nothing on them. They let them right out. I mean, right out. Anybody know where they at? Because I don't. Let's hear what the people got to say. Okay, what's your name, sir?
My name is Craig.
Nice to meet you, Craig. So the question I asked him was, how do you feel about the police getting beat up by the illegal immigrants and the mayor not doing nothing about it, the court's not doing nothing about it, and how it would have been down differently had it been somebody of our complexion? I'm here.
Well, just like I said, the mayor gonna go along with the police. He's not gonna fight against the police because he was the cop, point blank. If it was one of us, it wouldn't it wouldn't have been no problem.
Well, we'd have still been talking about this, or we'd have been marching about this, because we'd have been shot dead, wouldn't we?
Exactly.
Okay. So would you be voting for the mayor coming up?
I ain't vote for him. I ain't vote for him in the first place.
I know that's right.
All right?
Well, would you call him a puppet? Because he look like us, but ain't trying to help?
Yeah, something like that. Something like that.
What do you feel about them letting everybody in anyway? Like, all of them, the UK, like, all of them, but not helping none of us.
Should have never let them in. Never. Period. Because you ain't help us. And you still got people on the street.
You ain't said nothing but a word. I promise you that right there. That ain't nothing but the truth.
On the street right now. And there's more homeless than it was when he first came into office.
So do you see anything that he's doing to help New York?
He ain't helping no, he helping himself.
We on 3rd Avenue right now, and he said it best. If he ain't say nothing else, he said a mouthful.
He helping himself.
I believe that right there. And if you ask me, I honestly believe it's something underneath all them coming inside, knowing that we ain't got no space for them, but yet they can get an apartment, they can get a car full of money, and we can't even get a place to stay. And if we do, we can't get nothing to eat. And if we can't get nothing to put it in. Thank you, Mayor.
Up and down this block.
Oh, I just got out here.
Come out here a little earlier. You know what you're gonna see? Number of Africans up and down this block. What you mean why? What you mean why? It don't be nothing but African. You got Venezuelans. You got Hondurans selling fruit. You got everybody. You got Africans. You got Hondurans. Everybody selling fruit, clothes, all that. Where they get that money from? They just got here. Ask yourself that.
You ain't never lie. He ain't never lie.
Here early, you see number of Africans hustling up and down this area, and they ain't been here.
Well, I remember when I used to be over here, it was nothing but black people and crazy people. Wow, how the times has changed so fast. But what I want to understand the most is, if we had a chance to get together and change things, would you be a part of the change?
Of course. Why not? I better be a part of the change. I'm a part of this hood. That mayor got to go, for sure. He got to go.
I'm with him on that. So we're going to ask some more people who got some good common sense and ready to stand up and make a change, if not, speak about the change. All right, we out here with Boo, and we're asking the serious questions, raw and uncut. Boo, how do you feel about the immigrations coming over here? Do you know they got like a large amount of money put on a debit card? Do you know about that? Do you know that they getting first pick inside these shelters? So we supposed to get them? How do you feel about all of this? I mean, how's it hitting?
Honestly, I mean, I feel like everybody needs help, so it doesn't bother me. As long as they're not coming here getting caught for being, violent rapes and molestation and shit like that. I mean, if they here and they need help, then we can help them. But you got to help us too. That's all. But I feel like, it's not a bad thing for them. Help them out.
I mean, I used to feel like that in the beginning. I was all for it. Like, yeah, they going through a lot out there. Cartel, running away from war. We here to help. Let them in. You know what I'm saying? But now, when you look on the news, they robbing people. They whooping ass. They whooping butt.
And yeah, we gotta limit some of our shit that we do for them. But I mean, everybody needs help. But they come here and tear shit up, then we gotta start setting rules and boundaries. But I don't know. I don't have a problem with that.
How do you feel about the mayor giving them like special treatment when we really need it? Like, I personally feel like we're being overlooked at this moment. Like, we're not even being taken serious. People inside the shelter right now that literally ain't got nothing and ain't being given nothing. But what is it? What is that? Fib? You get fibs? Fibs is how long? What, 5 years? At most 5 years?
Yeah.
And if you ain't got, yeah. And if you don't get yourself together within 5 years, like, don't quote me on that, but I believe it's 5 years, then you back into the shelter. So that's crazy. And then I could have swore I was told by many people these days that they ain't even getting no heat in the shelter, but these people is given debit cards and able to go and spend as they please.
Yeah, yeah.
What?
It sucks though. It do. It do.
Do.
When we out here fucked up, we need the help too, and they just willing to just do everything for everybody else. I get it. I get it. You know, it's gonna be an endless fight. It's gonna be an endless fight till we get it together. Everybody is people. We all one. We gotta if we come together, we wouldn't have to worry about none of this shit. Word. We look out for each other. We wouldn't have to worry about what they doing for other people. We so angry and mean to each other, but then want to worry about when they get help. Nah, let's look out for each other and build our own shit and start loving on each other. Smile at each other. Hey, how are you doing? Stop treating each other like shit and maybe we'll be further.
Yeah, I left her heart. Like, let me just say that right now. You got a beautiful heart. How you from New York, going through what we going through, trying to keep up with the rent, and still able to have a heart like yours? Amazing. When are you running for mayor? We need you. I need you. Okay, let's go. We're gonna get this together. You understand? And my gosh, like, and we have more people that had the mindset like yours, you know? We wouldn't have to worry about what we don't got because we'll be making more of it. But because we're so busy trying to, you know what I'm saying, do this.
On our own people. We so trying to one up on somebody who fed you and loved you and you trying to one up on them. Like that's not how that goes. We our own downfall. I can't even sugarcoat that. I can't lie about that. We are our own downfall and we gotta do better. And I wouldn't give a fuck about nobody else if we wouldn't give a fuck about nobody else if we was on our shit. Like come on.
Bronx, stand up. Bronx, stand up. Like, if we gonna start something, let's get it started. And yo, I love your point of view. I thank you, sis. I thank you. Like,
Everybody, my name EK from the West Side, and I got some good information for y'all because I'm basically true testimony. You know what I'm saying? I was a year and a half in the shelter. I got my apartment, God West. I put my best foot forward. But what I did want to leave y'all with some real talk. My OG, my mentor, when we would sit down and get our plans together, like your savings plan, your job, what the fuck is you doing? Like, how you gonna get this apartment? Because there's a lot of dudes who come into the shelter system that be good with the way it is. But what I'm gonna leave y'all with, my OG and my mentor, Mr. Washington, told me, yo, he sat us all down and said, y'all brothers, y'all better get it together because I don't know what's going on. But soon these resources gonna be dried up by the other folk. And I'm Puerto Rican. I ain't getting no debit card because I'm a citizen. But what I'm saying to y'all is, y'all was playing around, jerking wreck, horsing around, lallygagging, thinking these motherfuckers was gonna have y'all there all day. And Mr. Wilson and them told y'all, stop fucking around for some folks come and start taking the resources that y'all entitled to.
so you think that it's our fault because we didn't make the moves necessary and get on our feet fast enough. So now,
crying, I got my crib. My crib's so nice, girls don't be wanting to leave. Hardwood floors, security guard, backyard, dishwasher, silver appliances.
Can I stay for the weekend?
Absolutely. I love estrogen, no testosterone. But no, back to real talk. A lot of y'all complaining, y'all was bullshitting, jerking wreck, and Mr. Washington sat us down. I'll never forget that speech. And I was like, yo, why is he so adamant? Why is he so adamant about this speech he's saying? Oh, y'all, in other layman's terms, y'all better stop fucking around because there's some folks coming here to take our resources. And look what happened. And I've been in my apartment for, God willing, I renew my lease. It goes 4 years. So this shit been in the air. But they just wasn't telling us with this influx.
Oh, you better know that. That's for sure.
Yeah, a lot of shit that's going on, real talk, they be knowing, they just don't want to tell us so they don't stir the population, stir crazy. But when they look at those budgets, and then if you don't lose the money for last year, they'll lose. If you don't use it, you lose it. So say for instance, the budget for the bike lanes. That shit don't got nothing to do.
The census. That's why we have the census out here. And they tell you to fill out them forms so they know what your community need. Show up to the meetings. The meetings really do help out a lot.
Exactly. Y'all don't even know y'all district leaders. Y'all not even talking to them. Like, I'm from Manhattan West Side, so Guy Brewer is ours in Manhattan. Ruben Diaz helped me out. Y'all see, the thing about it is us folk like to complain and don't do shit about it. When they talk about gentrification and we can't barbecue, y'all ain't say nothing at the meeting for the community board. So when things start changing and influx and they not letting folks barbecue because them folks is paying $2,000 and they don't want to sell the small swine and beef, it's y'all fault because y'all ain't coming together. It take a fist. But back to what I was saying, we was already informed about this immigration influx. And they said it. Yo, if y'all not using them, yo, bro, if you ain't trying to get your crib, in layman's terms, bro, you better, because them folks is coming, my nigga. And I'm Puerto Rican, and I ain't got nothing. I want everybody to win. That's why I sleep different. But we ain't getting no $1,000 cards, bro. We ain't get shit. We got our apartments, and that was it. And where the budget coming from?
I got a raise in my rent. That's what I got. I don't know what you got, but I got a raise in the rent.
Exactly, but the end of it all, we can't cry and complain if we not utilizing our own resources.
You right. You right.
There was a dude in the shelter. I'm gonna leave y'all with this. The dude tried to make me feel like I was lame because I was in there a year. He like, oh, I've been in the shelter 5 years, baby. Like he was popping. That's the mentality of these dudes. And then they want to sit there and talk shit. No, a lot of y'all niggas like to be taking care of the state. And then these folks is coming, so it's a double-edged sword, bro. You can't come out and complain if you over there beating your meat while dudes like me. And that's exactly why I got my crib. Because my mentality was I'm walking over dead niggas. Because you don't want nothing. So I'm thinking of a gladiator. Oh, you don't want a crib. I ain't got to compete with you. That's what my mentality was. And I know it's barbaric, but it survived. You coming in this world alone, you die alone. So don't cry and complain when other people are suffering, sick and suffering. You over here, citizen, getting all this shit handed to you, and you jerking wreck, nigga. And now they all here getting what they getting, and now we all complaining. Nah, my dude, all the resources. 1020 easy forms. Y'all was bullshitting. You ain't do your psychosocial. You ain't get a job. You got 6 months saving plan, bro. And then when the counselor tell y'all niggas what you do, you got $1,000 on Monday. When she look at your savings, you shit down to 400. My counselor told me, yo, Mr. Hernandez, you got more money in your account than I do. Because I put 1,000. Then 1,000 turned to 2. How they going to give you an apartment if you ain't got no savings, bro?
I'm trying to tell you.
Blaming your counselor and fighting to help, nigga. You jerking wreck, and now them immigrants here and y'all complaining, nigga. Do something about it. Stop complaining. Because that's what niggas be doing. Y'all be fronting, bro. And I'm not mad at them, but at the same time, you need to be fair, bro. Yo, Eric Adams, you stop going to them parties, my nigga, and take care of people here, because we ain't get $1,000, bro. And you look out here, there's a lot of people who need 1,000. You over there at them parties and shit mingling. There's out here sick and suffering, and they need help, bro. So get in tune with the fucking people, because we the ones who put you there, nigga. So get in tune, because we need to stop playing with you too, bro. It's not your fault, and I know they left you with a dirty toilet, but bro, get to your business and come out here and talk to the people in the Bronx, nigga, because we hurting too, bro. So listen, 4-3, one love, and I hope everybody get it together on what's the name of the show?
This is the bigger picture, baby. You getting a bigger picture, okay?
Yeah, you getting a
If
whole.
you thought you was getting something small, you stopped
Nah,
at the
the
wrong.
bigger,
Nah. Go to the
the
next
bigger
channel. The
picture.
bigger
Yo,
picture.
they not playing.
All right.
They got meat and potatoes. They ain't serving no fucking salad. And y'all need to stop playing and serving salad. Eric Adams, start giving these people meat and potatoes.
We need to eat
Literally,
food.
we need to eat, bro. And I'm not mad at you.
I'm hungry. No, really, I'm hungry.
If you ain't take care of home, nigga, how you taking care of them? You gotta take care of home first. Cause if, like, say for instance, if you don't take care of your wife, she gonna go get some somewhere else, bruh. You know what I'm talking about? If your man, if you don't get to his belly, that food to his belly go to his heart. That's exactly what I'm saying. Get to your people, man. All right, babe, I ain't got no more to say. Thank you. Bigger picture. We signing out, man. 4-3, one love. New York, let's go.
Thank you, bro. We on Third Avenue. We talking to
Fatima,
Miss Fatima. How you doing?
hanging in there.
As you should, looking beautiful. We doing. We actually. We talking. We getting y'all hands on. How y'all feel about the fluctuation?
I feel like, and then after they beat up them cops,
What they ask?
I'm serious. It's definitely time. Like they should have been deported after that. We don't even beat up our cops. Like we would have been locked up and thrown under the jail.
What they call it, justifiable murder, justifiable homicide.
That was way out of line, and we bringing you here for a privilege, and then you got the nerve to be out here beating up cops and doing all this other stuff. I just feel like they doing the most.
I definitely feel you.
Welcoming to them. I'm really not.
Like, do you feel like we being put last? Because I think that we being put last for the.
There's so many of us in the shelter system right now that have not been housed, and then you got the nerve to be bringing other people here trying to house them. What about us? We
I know you heard about that debit card of money they getting. Oh, the one. Could you believe the amount that they getting? I think it's like 1,000 up to 5,000. Don't quote me, but I think so.
them here and helping them out.
Oh, wait a minute, they getting apartments off the rip before they had the like it was before it got really full inside the shelters with them. They were getting first pick at the shelters, telling us, "Oh, you know what? We're gonna place you out to Brooklyn, even though you're from the Bronx, and we're gonna put you somewhere you don't know. And guess what? We don't care where your kids stay at." But now, it's all about we'll pay anybody any amount of money, okay? If you'll just let them stay in your apartment, but you ain't having that. They can't stay.
Crazy. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. So y'all beating up cops. Imagine what they might do in my house.
Imagine, yo, you remember what was that movie? Wait a minute. Scarface. When Cuba washed their booties with Florida, don't it feel like we there again?
Absolutely, absolutely. And I feel like I just think that they need to stop it. I mean, y'all let enough of them in already. Like, just end it already, because it's just too much. They need to be taking care of us first before they even decide helping others out. I don't get it. I just don't feel like that's the right move that they made.
I'm 100 with her. Like, I feel the same way. I feel like, there's a lot we could have been doing better and more faster for ourselves. But if we ain't getting a significant amount of help, who cares what we strive to do? We ain't gonna get nowhere with it. Put us first. We want to be first. The Bronx matter.
When us down and they came I wouldn't have no problem with it. I wouldn't, because this is America, free country. But what happened to us? That's the main question I have. What happened to us?
May I? May I? Do you see me? I'm here. What do you think about me? Okay? I don't need all that money. You just give me 500 and I'm good. I'm good. But me and sis like deuces to the immigration. I don't want to be that person. I love the world and I love it all, but you know what? I don't love the fact that I can't get no help and my people out here still hurting. Can I ask you where you from first?
I'm came from to Senegal.
All right. And why not?
Huh?
Somalians came too. Right?
Yeah, came from to Africa. Yeah, but here it's not good for immigration. There, it's too hard. Everybody is not having to sleep in. Everybody is not having to walk in. You see, it's sit down every day. You know, it's for that. It's and come from here for the government help the people to come here for immigration, but I don't see nothing. Every day is paper, paper, but see you go to check in, you don't see it. The shelter is the 1 month. See you sleeping there after 1 month, you get out. You know, after see you get out, you don't have it to sleep in. Yeah, after you turn around, you see me because I don't have it anywhere I going. I'm strolling, strolling, strolling up to tomorrow.
God, that's terrible. I'm sorry to hear that.
It's too hard. It's too hard.
So you just basically, if you don't mind me saying, you just basically coming out of the shelter program. Is that true? Or are you waiting to go back inside of the shelter program?
Go back to where?
Shelter? The shelter? Was you inside the shelter? Yeah.
Yeah, see, I need, see, I see, I go there, but I don't see. He's told me it's not today. He's giving you the number for 20,000, 21,000 plus. The right now it's in 20,000. But I can wait into 1,000 plus people for my number come. So that is to 1 week, maybe 2 weeks. I don't know.
So it's like 20,000 people. So you getting a bed is basically like one and never. Like one and maybe never happening. So right now you just walking around trying to figure out where you gonna sleep at, where you gonna stay at. So you like a little fed up and upset and look like your hands is freezing. What would you like to say to the mayor? That's what I want to know.
Go to the room to my friend or my family or what? I don't know.
The mayor is basically the man that's running New York right now. Mayor.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, yeah. Well, what do you want to tell him? Yeah, yeah.
No, man, New York is good.
You think he's good? Why do you think he's good? Not many people said that at all. Why do you think he's good?
The mayor, no, the mayor is like it, the immigration. They like it is people. Yeah, the mayor is good. Yeah, it's very good. Very
And immigration is good.
good. But is the problem is not having the, maybe I don't know that, but see on having the working permit, maybe on go to taking the work, on go work, having the bedroom, sleeping, you know, is good for going to shelter. Because shelter is it's not easy. It's not easy. It's not easy. Because I don't know here, not I don't know anybody here. I don't know anybody. Yeah, I don't know anybody.
How long have you been here?
1 month. Yeah, 1 month. Today I'm get out today. My ID is here.
So right now they giving you basically they gave you 1 month to stay, right? And then after your month is over, you can no longer stay there anymore. Jesus. When you hear stuff like this, it's heartbreaking because this is New York, one of the most powerful cities of the world. And yet we can't house one man. How can we house anybody, basically, right?
Me Africa, Senegal,
Senegal.
Mexico. Yeah. Huh? How long? I don't know.
How long was the travel?
How long? Okay. It's Senegal to Morocco, Spain, Colombia, after Managua, Honduras, Managua. Fly, yeah. After fly, after Managua, you take the motor steps by step. More than 12 motor, well, more than 12 motor. The boss. Yeah, spending lot of money, lot of money. Huh? No, because America is helping the people. Here is having the security. Because it's having the problem Africa on coming here for America make not security helping him. You know, it's for that on coming here. For that.
Well, they did say that America is the place of whatever you want, big dreams, fake dreams, misleading, of course. I'm sorry about all that. Brother, I wish you nothing but blessings. You keep striving and keep striving. You know what? It's going to be worth something because you're going to make it. I thank you so much. God bless you. Thank you and God bless you. That is so sad. Do you know how far that man came? Jesus. All right, sir. I'm sorry. What's your name?
My name is Anthony.
Hello, sir. How are you this evening?
I'm fine.
All right, so I would like to get your standpoint on everything. Let's talk about the mayor. Let's talk about this immigration status. Let's talk about the shelter. Let's talk about the Bronx. Let's talk about the rent. Let's talk about it.
I'm pissed. I'm pissed at it.
That's so. Why? Why? Why?
Because I grew up I grew up here, okay? From a child. I'm 69 years old, okay? Harlem, Bronx, all of it. And to see my people, okay? I'm not prejudiced against them, but I'm pissed off at my mayor, at my president, because of what's happening. When people here can't even get anything for themselves, and they got to struggle for that. Okay.
You right. You right on that.
Excuse my tongue. I'm a little tongue tied. You know,
You are doing just fine.
here it is. I'm trying to get an apartment. Okay. And I can't. Okay. I go to welfare. I go to here. They tell me this. They tell me that. Send me on a runaround. And then when I'm looking, I'm seeing brothers getting this, people getting that, coming just step foot in this country and getting what I've been working for all my life. Okay, sister? And I'm really pissed at it.
As you should be. They taking basically out of your tax-paying dollars, okay, and feeding those that obviously we can't afford to feed. We can't afford to house.
And then when I walk down the street and they looking at me like as if I'm from another country, come on.
Hello.
Come on with that. When we built this country, not them. Okay, they say, like Malcolm X said, we're Afro-Americans. We're not African-Americans.
Know the difference. There's a difference.
Know the difference. Now they get over here and they looking at us like, who are you? When we got the jobs, we got the money, we got this, the government is giving it to them. And they overseeing us. Why? Why?
Because they'll work two for the price of one. Well, we want our just due. We gonna work hard. We want to make our money. But you know what? They come over here. They'll wait weeks to get paid. They don't care as long as they getting paid and not deported. I agree with them and I agree with you. But I'm more with you because I'm a native New Yorker.
When we work for that, okay, when we work for that, okay, I'll take you all the way back to Alabama when I worked in the fields,
All right now, that's right.
okay, for nothing. All right? My family come here from Alabama, all right? Work for nothing. And to get to where we got, and then all of a sudden my son can't go get an apartment.
It's like we set up to fail. Period. You know what I'm saying? We used to say that, and you know what? We get a little come up. You know, we get in projects, and we made it. We made it. But guess what? You give it about 6 months, you got mold, you have mildew, you have rat problems. Not mine, Sonny. You got rat problems. And guess what? You ain't got nowhere to go. So what would you like to tell the mayor if you could tell him anything? Anything.
Black, wise, and civilized.
You heard it here on 3rd Avenue on a bigger picture, baby.
Well,
What's your name, sir?
my name is Ricardo Wade, 7735. Shorty Black, went up with the gun up. Shout out to my people uptown. Mel Murder, Sue Surf out in Jersey. You know what it is. Psycho Black, Gangster Psycho War Clips. We out here. Anyway, my point being is this, just to say what the young man just spoke about, the attempt to have African Americans see African immigrants as their enemy is a historic plight used by white supremacy. Eric Adams does not work for us. Eric Adams worked for the white power structure. He's a cop. Eric Adams violated the code of honor when he was 100 black men. Eric Adams is a power bottom. Eric Adams is what you would call a dino, a Democrat in name only. So there is a concerted effort right now to put people in office who call themselves Democrats, but like, what's this? That's gonna hurt. I forgot. Oh, Joe Manchin. These people are paid to undermine the Democratic agenda. It's too obvious. If you don't wake up and pay attention, it's strategic. So the idea being is that if you're going to come out here and be mad at that young man who just got to America because he's tired of sleeping on the floor in a dust hut, then you need to get mad at that half homo sitting up in City Hall pretending to care about black people.
Not a power bottom.
Oh, I wouldn't know. I don't smoke hookah. That's weird to me. That's all everything I love. So he's never been in my bed. I don't know him like that. What I'm saying is your energy looks like somebody who's got secrets that the NYPD are threatening to release. You're moving like a weirdo, my guy. Help the country, because when you help black people, you lift our boat, everybody votes rises. That's historic. So they are putting legislation not just to hurt me and you, but to hurt the country. They've said it. The Republicans have said they are going to exacerbate this immigration crisis just to take votes away from Joe Biden. So they will cut off their own nose just to keep us in the bondage. Who does that? Savages. That's who does that. The European entered the world stage as marauders, and they've never changed their energy. They are emotionally attached to the idea of their superiority, which is intrinsic to the idea of our inferiority. I see you, I see my brother. I was in jail for no reason, and there's a big, dark-skinned man who sat back there. His name was Gorilla Black, and he sat with his boyfriend, and they did everything else. I would never violate his trust. And I said, Gorilla Black, I'm new to this dorm, bro. What we doing? And I'm saying to everybody, Black Liberation Army never left. It's an ideology. You don't got to join. You're already inscripted because you can't take the uniform off. Welcome home. Let's go, beloved. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, guys. He said it all. Now, he said it all. Okay? We didn't hear all we needed to hear because at this point right now, I'm ready to get the marching. I'm ready to get with the bats. But better yet, I'm just ready to ask, can I get a car full of money? Like, what I got to do? Do I got to get on the immigration line? Because guess what? I feel like I'm an immigrant inside of my own town. But to me, it's not a white, a black thing. It's a money hungry thing. Because I believe like the mayor is getting money behind all this. But it could just be me and my conspiracy theory. Who knows? But next time on Bigger Picture, we're going to give you the bigger picture. Diamond D, and this is the Dialogue on the streets, 3rd Avenue, baby. This is the Bronx. I got to go.
In current news, one of our favorite couples, Mr. Sean Carter, actually was granted a Grammy this past week. Did you see that, honey?
Yes, I did. I sure did.
And he brought, of course, Lady Blue up there with him, who is just a graceful and amazing young lady. What I read from that clearly, I don't think Jay gave a rat's ass about that award. I think he got on that stage just to remind the Grammys that he didn't appreciate that his wife, the love of his life, the mother of his children, 32 Grammys in the vault, but no album of the year.
That's very interesting. Isn't the Grammys like a political type thing?
I believe so. But I understand his thought. And what I loved about it is immediately after he said what he had to say, and as the youngsters say, stand on business, okay, his family gracefully exited. Didn't even stay for the complimentary champagne. They walked right up out of there. Do you think he was correct to highlight that fact as a husband, as a business partner, as her?
I think it's
love?
ironic that Kanye did the same thing pretty much a couple years prior to that. With wasn't it the same person, Taylor Swift, and he got up there and did his little rant?
He did. Yeah, she was, I think Taylor was was on stage, literally holding her award, saying, and I'd like to thank, and Kanye said, pause. I just want to say, yeah, it was a little.
I got
different.
You. I got you.
A little different.
But I mean, That's their award. That's their award. Since when does their achievement level equal up to what we should be, in honor of? That's their award. You know what I'm saying? So, who could award us? You know what I'm saying? We award ourselves, So that's how I pretty much feel about that. Let them give their award to who they want to give it to. If they gave her 32 Grammys, then that's the most Grammys that anyone ever have.
In the history of the Grammys, yes.
Exactly. I mean, that's something to stand on, but I'm not too familiar personally with Taylor Swift music, but I'm sure they have a reason that they decided that her album is the best album. And I don't think
Many
we should,
times.
I don't think that yeah, we should be look to be awarded by, outsiders. We award ourselves.
I think that's where awards like the Source Awards was such an important and pivotal avenue of recognition for us. The Source Awards kind of reminds me, of the idea behind FUBU, for us, by us. And definitely those awards, I think, meant so much to us then because that was at a time where we really weren't receiving invitations to the American Music Awards, to the Grammys. We just weren't in the loop. A few artists were, in the loop. But it wasn't like now. I looked out in the audience because I didn't watch the whole show. But when I looked out in the audience, I saw 21 in the audience. I saw a nice spectrum.
Is that his girlfriend?
Is whose girlfriend?
21 Savage. Is he dating Taylor Swift?
No, Taylor Swift is dating an NFL player.
Oh.
And I don't get me to lie.
21.
Super Bowl Sunday is coming up, but I know she's dating a football player, and they've said actually her presence at the game has increased female viewership by 67%. I'm not watching, but yeah, that's what they say. He's a football player. Okay. No, 21's not with Taylor.
Yeah, but they have pictures on the internet of them hugged up and, blowing kisses and type stuff like that. It's kind of questionable pictures. I'm just saying, just questionable pictures I saw. But moving right along from that, what happened with Killer Mike?
I don't know.
See him getting ushered off in handcuffs.
Wait. Wait a minute. So, warning. Despite your celebrity status, your wealth, your political position, NYPD has no problem, no hesitation putting them cuffs on you. I mean, what in the world? Was there a warrant for him? Did he have an I card? Because I hear those I cards are a problem.
It was what?
A citizen's arrest.
How is it a citizen's arrest? I saw LAPD.
LAPD was working it, but it's a citizen's arrest.
For what?
For what? Elaborate. Let us know.
He pushed a security guard, would not let him through with his wife.
Mm-hmm.
He got upset. He tried to move her out the way. She fell and said assault.
Oh man, I hope she wasn't one of ours.
That out. The man just won 3 Grammys.
That's what it is. You in Hollywood, it's LA, and black.
And they just handcuffed the boy up and sent him off.
So a come up, and that was it.
That was sad. So she's gonna obviously sue him now. Yeah, because that's how that goes. Once the arrest is made,
literally
the
could hear her
comes
say,
next.
"My neck and my back."
Yes,
I could literally hear her say that right now.
Comes quickly next.
He handled it well, though. He handled it gracefully.
Yeah.
I'm so glad, and his wife was there. That was supposed
Everybody.
Yeah, that's terrible.
Right after he,
That's terrible.
That's horrible. That's a nightmare, actually. Shout out to Killer Mike and the missus. New York, man. I mean, my goodness. I thought it was here.
No,
In
no,
New
no, no.
York.
LA.
Oh, just as bad.
Yeah, same. Yeah, same thing.
LAPD will lock you up too.
Yeah, same thing.
Not so much in Chicago. I don't know how Chicago PD has allowed things to just run amok over there, but yeah, you guys need to come on and take some classes or something over here with us. Don't let something like evidence get in your way of arresting people. That's the New York way. Let the court figure that part out. Just get the arrested. And LA too. They say the same thing.
Chicago has bigger guns than we do, so that's why the police officers way more dangerous.
But they got a great budget. I mean, Chicago is a major city. It's not like we're talking about,
Yeah, but
you
you're
know.
talking about a war with, automatic rifles.
Our SWATs don't have automatic rifles.
Yeah, but if the neighborhood has automatic rifles
Right.
and SWAT has automatic, you're talking about war in the streets.
But how often have those guys banged it out with the police?
Yeah.
That's why they tone it down, and that's why they allow it to go on. 'Cause
So that means we need the military to go in there, come through people's roofs, come through Nana's windows, snatch people off the couch while they eating Fruit Loops. That level.
I mean,
just let them kill each other. That's
everybody
what
can
they
talk
want to do.
about.
No,
Everybody
boy.
can talk about New York all they want. I think there's a little bit more control here as opposed to like other parts of the country, including like places like Chicago.
I
In
agree.
Chicago, they about that life.
In Detroit, you gotta pay for like a green. They call it the green light. And if you're a business, like you have a business, certain gas stations have it. They have a green light, and that's being watched by the police. So they have a camera that goes directly to the police.
Okay.
But if you don't have that, you kind of
You're on your own.
on your own.
Wild,
You gotta
Wild
be there
West.
At a certain time.
Wow.
Mm-mm-mm.
Wow.
So we're pretty fortunate. A lot of the violence here is more so like internally and controlled, even by the citizens themselves. Like, it's dangerous, but there's a certain level of control here as opposed to like everywhere else. But this is like run amok.
But if they keep letting these illegal immigrants in, then how's going to stay control?
And they're placing them in a lot of the folks that are coming in, they are placing them New York City, Chicago, I believe Texas has received, quite a few of those folks as well. And I just think those regions are already strained. Wouldn't it be better for them to go to more rural communities where there's a lot more space? Perhaps the resources can accommodate. So maybe that's the logic behind that.
Who knows?
So less resources actually in more rural.
That's true. And I could see that.
They would have to, in rural places, you need transportation. So how are they going to get their foods? Now you have additional resources that are needed in order to feed them, in order for them to get like certain amenities. You know what I mean? There's additional resources. Whereas the city, you know what I mean? You can go downstairs and there's a bodega open 24 hours.
Sure is.
They give you a stipend. They give you, like you said, the card. You can spend that within walking distance.
Very
You
true.
go to a rural place, not only are they going to get voted out, because a lot of these places they do have committees that make that vote more so and have a little bit more control over these decisions that that more so the inner cities are left out of.
Very true.
So you have to look at it that way as well.
No, that's actually true. That's very true. Because in the rural cities, as you said, the store may be 2 to 3 miles away, maybe even more. And they just don't have that. Those public services are very limited. So I do get
Cars,
that.
you know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah, they're gonna have. I mean, they can use the $1,000. I do know DHS. If you tell DHS that you have a relative or a friend, or even somebody that you just met on Instagram that's willing to let you and your family stay there for more than 90 days, they'll not only give that person a stipend for housing the family, but they will pay for your plane ticket as well to leave New York. Yes.
Wow.
But again, how many of those families or even the single, men and women that are coming, do they have those folks, someone that's already here that was connected with them in any way? I don't know. I think it leaves them very vulnerable for exploitation as well. Very much so. Very, very much so. One of the topics that I wanted to present to you, my love, was there was recently some chatter about you and your business dealings or none thereof with a previous associate. And I heard it and it gave me an earache. And I just wanted if you could briefly just chat about just one or two things that are just really mistruths, because if a lie is spread long enough, it starts to be believed as truth even by the liar. So, is there anything that you want to share on that, honey?
Um, I have never watched anything that person had to say. I have never watched any of their, any interviews they did, anything they have ever said. I have never watched it. People have contacted me and you have informed me on things that the person have said. Um, it's just like when I went on Bag Fuel, I was so diplomatic with it, and I told what I wanted to say and express on Bag Fuel with the brothers. It was so much to that I didn't say. And at this point, I still feel that way. But I want to address this one time and one time, and leave this alone. When I met that brother, he was not the person you see right now. We know, and those know, that he was in a disparaging situation. The reason that, a part of the reason why I never asked him for no money or never looked for no money from him is because I wanted him to win. I took him in as a brother. There was no business. I took him in and put him under my wing as a brother. Now, I don't ever brag and I don't ever talk trash, but when he met me, I was driving a $150,000 car, which I drive a $200,000 car now. But when he met me, I was driving a $150,000 car. I ushered him everywhere to different places that he needed to go, and people know that's the truth that's out there that would see us together. If I was just to let someone in my car to ride, besides me being an officer armed, you know how much money it costs to step in my car, to sit in my car?
I do the billing, I do.
Do you know how much money it costs to call me and hire me for security?
Mm.
So again, this goes beyond the show. I wanted my brother to win. So to hear that he made a comment about, oh, you wanted me to stop what I'm doing and pull you up to me. Are we sounding ridiculous? Or are you just joking? Or are we playing a funny game? Because what did I do for you for the past 3.5, 4 years prior? You know who we are. I run a multi-million-dollar operation. I employ hundreds and have employed thousands of men. So who actually paused their lifestyle? Who actually paused who they was to help pull you up? Let the lies stop. You know what I'm saying? Let the lies stop. And you could never throw me an alley-oop.
Mm.
I am the game. You can never throw me an alley-oop. Again, let's make no mistake about what this is. The man is sitting in the room right now and he will have to say yay or nay to this. What all started it was, again, God speaks to me. It's certain things that I know that I see and I know the whole future of because that's just a gift that I've had. So when we started shooting the show, which I never wanted to come in, Space Ghost know that he used to see me drop that man off, pick him up, and never come in that shop the whole time they started that. I never wanted a part of it. When he asked me continuously and continuously and continuously to come in as a brother, I came in. When I seen the setup and I started talking, we became successful and we became a hit like NWA. And I was good with that. I wanted my brother to win because the situation that I saw him in, you know what I'm saying? I felt some type of way about. You know what I'm saying? How can I be your friend, you know what I'm saying, or be a brother to you and you here and I'm here? That don't work for me. You know what I'm saying? I wanted him to win. I wanted him to become successful at that time. So as we did get to become successful and gain success, I looked over and I saw this gentleman sitting right here. It was certain things about him to this day that I respect and I know and I see beyond the man might have in his closet. 10 black sweatpants, 10 black t-shirts. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? 10 black pairs of sneakers. That tells me a lot about a person. You know what I'm saying? I saw attributes in him that spoke very loud to me right away, even though I might have never mentioned any of this to him. And God told me that this was going to be the guy that you will branch off, not leaving his thing, network with, and we make this whole thing bigger. I used to take the man home after the show. After I swept and cleaned up and threw out the trash and did all of this, mind you, that I wasn't getting paid for, I also took the man home. So when I used to take him home, of course we had conversations. And I told him and I mentioned to him my dreams and aspirations of the throne room and what I already had in my head prior to any of that anyway. I had always, I had this in my head many years ago when I first started watching YouTube.
Actually, you was on the public access channel.
I was on the public access channel.
Which everybody was once
so
upon a
many
time.
years ago. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah.
they probably gonna run it like, yes, I used to be on the public access channel, had my own show on there. Akibaland Consciousness, look it up. So I will have some good conversations with the brother and tell him, what my vision was and what I could see this going in a whole for all of us. I don't know if you remember this, Space, but I'm gonna tell you where it all went left. So one day after the show, I was inside the bathroom and Space decided to tell Math, hey, I'm gonna shoot a show with Bigga. I wanna, help him with his platform, help him set off a platform. So when I came out the bathroom, the brother said to me, Bigga, you trying to take Space? You trying to take Space Ghost? And I said, whoa, 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 what are you talking about? Take? How could I take him? You know what I'm saying? If we all supposed to be family and you supposed to be my brother, how could I take him? Now, do I want to work with him? Do I want to utilize him? Do I want us to make something, together, bigger? Yes, of course. He turned to Space and said, I don't want you working with nobody else. I got to come up with some NBA clause or something like that. Your exact words to him, I don't want to work with nobody else. But we're not talking about nobody else. We talking about Bigga.
Mm.
His attitude towards me changed that day. You know what I'm saying? You know how much I know it changed? Did you ever ride with me home again?
After that, I don't think.
He started paying for your cab. Save, and now how much money in the cab was it costing to go at least $60, $70 to go to where you lived almost upstate? So from going from Harlem, that cab was costing at least 60, 70. He rather took that loss and started putting him in the cab to get him away from me. That's how deep that situation went. Now, I took that and I noticed that. And, I'm like, this brother think that, like he don't understand that I'm here for him. He don't understand that, how, you looking at this one-minded. Oh, he said to me one more thing. He said, all of that content got to come on my channel. Now, I didn't know anything about the YouTube business, or I didn't know anything about this, but I know this much business. What the hell are you talking about? Space said to me, to the side, after he said that, no, Bigga, no, don't let that happen. The content can't come on his channel. You have to get your own channel. He didn't have to tell me that because, again, we're high business people. So I already knew when you said that. What are you saying? Again, I let that go, but I could see that did something to him. It was a shift right then and there. When the whole Space and Esso and Heineken thing happened, that's what made him so mad. Because he was so busy trying to block me and trying to look in my direction, he didn't realize they was already shooting the show with Space. Which I had told him prior I wanted to do the whole entire time. Not like I didn't tell him the whole time, bro, I want to shoot a show. You know what I'm saying? I have the bigger picture in my mind.
One of the things that I found a little disturbing was there was the talk that there was an actual contract.
All right, so let's get this straight. You know what I'm saying? If there was a contract, produce it. Show the contract. Or maybe you're going to show the contract like you showed the fake receipts. Oh, let's pause. Let me show something right now. You're going to show the contract like you showed, because I didn't see none of these shows, but you said he went on and showed some receipts as if he paid me, correct?
I think it was a screenshot,
A screenshot
of a Cash App.
of a Cash App. So did you see that? Did you see that screenshot? Okay.
And it came out to about.
It came out to about Zach. You see, so what the brother doesn't realize, and what he obviously somehow blocked out in the Cash App, I want you to pass this. Can you come? Yeah. Let Space get that. Look at that on the camera. Let the camera see that. Since we want to show fake receipts. You know what I'm saying? What does that happen? Scroll through all of them. What does it say?
It says security.
You see, he was too slick for his own good. He put security on each and every one, which he should have. How is that paying me when I was underpaying already for the security? Now, Being that
Just share with the people, honey, what was the level of security that you were providing? Because I don't want the kingdom to be under the impression that that was your per diem for security.
there were police officers
That was
that's
under.
under me that worked for me in our business. And I was charging the bottom rate that I gave them. They made a deal with me to do it for me as a favor. And I gave them directly what he was charging, what I was charging him, which was in the bills. You want to show text messages of mine? Like, do you know how many text messages I can expose? You wrote the bill. So what was the big for the armed officer, which was the cop, for the unarmed? Exactly what I paid the men.
Right.
Are we not now in tax debt because of that?
Absolutely.
So not only that, as I explained on back fuel, I'm in tax debt because you put it in the Cash App. And you put security, tax security on each and every one. So what fake receipts are you showing? So what fake contract are you going to show? See, let's be real. If you can't be real with yourself, you can't be real with nobody else. I was good to him. Was there at his defense anytime. Would have gladly stepped in front of danger to protect him. For him to ever go in front of any of these cameras and try to shame me is shameful.
And I believe you made that very clear.
Do I need to play the song? Bigga got the shooters surrounding me like the president. Yeah, I don't have to play it?
No, you
I don't have to play it? I don't have to play
You
it.
don't have to play it.
Bigga got the shooters surrounding me like the president. How could you ever speak against me? I didn't go on bad fuel and say nothing wrong. I said the truth, and it goes deeper than that.
I thought you handled, I think
Very
those brothers,
diplomatically.
you know, shout out to those brothers
Shout
too,
out.
Heineken and Mecca. I think you handled it with a lot of grace. And I think even now you continue to handle it with
I
a lot
am.
of grace.
But I want the people to understand a few things. So, when did it really start going down the hill? I told you at that moment that Space said that to him. Am I lying about anything with that situation, Space? Didn't it happen like that?
Yeah. I don't know if that was his intention afterwards, but it seemed like.
Yes, okay. So, he said I was getting money, right? He said that, it's my illusion that, or something that the fact is that I was getting money. So maybe he's talking about, you know what I'm saying? I did personal protection, put cops with. How much did we charge?
I would have to go to the books.
Let's just say this. All right, so I won't say the number that we was charging. The amount that I charged just enough to pay the officers and to pay the taxes.
Right, but there wasn't a profit.
There was no profit. I know how much an armed officer costs. He know how much he's paying for the current police he have right now, and it wasn't the price that I was giving him. So that was a favor too. So what are you talking about? I got money with you. I ain't getting no money with you. I never promoted my company. I think one time on the show I said something about when we was doing Homeboy Police, that for, a small fee, you could get, real security. You could call me up and have real security. I think I said that one time on the show. I didn't go on that show promoting our company, up front every time the camera went on. I didn't do that. So definitely wasn't that. And the other only person and the artist, I didn't do that either. I didn't do every artist that came near Space. Did you see me in front of the artist? Hey, I got my own company. I could put the cops with you, blah, blah, blah. Did you ever see me do that? Never. Now, it was one other rapper that he put me on to security with. And we all know how that worked out. And for those that don't know how that worked out, the brother ended up borrowing a large sum of money from me. Ended up borrowing a large sum of money from me and pretty much took off.
Pew.
So is he talking about that situation? But let's talk about that situation. I'm not mentioning that brother's name because his father is a comrade to me.
Mm.
But let's talk about that situation. It all started going really to the left for me and it was over. Did y'all not notice I wasn't at the BET Awards? Did you not notice I wasn't on the red carpet?
I know there was some questions about where you were. Your presence was missed.
Exactly. Now, how could there have been a red carpet with the show when I was the elder on the show out of everyone there? I was there before the cameraman, before every co-host that was there, before everyone. So how was there possible for me not to be on the red carpet? So one day we had a show and it was that week.
I want to go back to that. There was a comment made about excusing your absence for that day.
I'm going to get to that. So one day we had a show. The show was on like a Monday, I believe.
Mm.
So when the show was over, the person says to me after the show, we standing outside, which we never communicated no more. We wasn't riding side by side shotgun how we used to. He avoided me, until it was time to shoot the show. And then when the show was over, he would leave, go his separate way, So this day, after the show was over, he says to me, "Hey, what you doing Thursday?" I said, "I don't, know what's up. You tell me." You know what I'm saying? He said, can you go out of town for a couple of days maybe? So I'm like, well, actually my son's graduation is Thursday. But what I probably could do is, after the graduation, leave out. So he said, oh, so maybe Thursday night. You know what I'm saying? I said, yeah. You know what I'm saying? Thursday night, Friday morning, I could, come to wherever you at. Not telling me what it was for, So I said, yeah, that's, something. So now, fast forward, Thursday come, the graduation was over super early.
They got us out.
Soon as the graduation was over, again, want to show text messages, I immediately hit them and said, oh, the graduation is over. They hadn't even left yet. I said, the graduation is over. I could go, with you wherever you need me to go with you. I could travel, I could go. I didn't get no response. Fast forward later, we know what that really was. It was the red carpet, BET, the most prestige thing that, of course, I would have wanted to be there. Of course, I felt like you even being there, I had a part to do with that because I'm the one, I've been there before everybody on the show. At that team that was made up. I was there before Heineken and Esso. So, of course, when I saw that, I was hurt. I was deeply hurt. You know how I did see the clip on the video. I was hurt in my heart. I was hurt. Yeah, I was hurt. It hurt me. That's how I felt. I'm looking, he on the red carpet? And I'm not there? So I said, I didn't know, I wondered, why would he do that to me? So, of course, I begin to think that, you know, I just knew I was hurt. I expressed it to you that was like a boulder that I knew I didn't want to wear no more. Like you have now. Another thing that used to happen on the show, my seat was never really solidified. Another thing Space Ghost could account for. Anytime he could move me out the seat, would he not move me out the seat? Say yes so the people can hear. Let's tell the truth.
I don't know. Yes. Yes.
Yeah, how many times did I come there and the guests would you have it set up? Oh, it's not a chair for Bigga, or I need you to sit in on the side, Bigga. Come on now. The shows are out there. When I'm sitting on the side, what I'm doing sitting on the side? So I was already tolerating so much disrespect as the time went on. And I kept taking it, hoping that my brother would do better, be better, recognize who I am to you, but it wasn't happening, you know. The part that about, and you told me I was wrong for this, you told me that he took high offense to it, but I didn't do it in that way. One day when we was talking about the show, I said to him a comment, no matter who you are, big a star. You told me that hurt him. And he translated that as I'm saying I'm the cause of the show and everything else and all of that stuff like that. It's not what I was saying to him. But yes, I'm saying to him, no matter who you are, bigger star.
Mm-hmm.
And that means that utilize what's in front of you, which he didn't utilize, he used. It's a difference out there, people, between using and utilizing. So he didn't utilize, he used me. So,
But the good thing is, despite all of that, our company grew.
Not through him?
It hadn't. Yeah, let me finish.
Oh.
Despite all of that, our company grew. And it wasn't because, of that platform at all. We've been servicing New York. We are one of the few and only Black-owned security companies in New York City. We take the contracts that the larger companies run and tremble in fear from. And we have established a reputation of consistency, professionalism, and diligence that can't be compromised in any way, shape, or form. So when he says you was getting money, you're correct. And it had nothing to do with that platform. And this is the last time we're going to talk about this because
it's a couple things, parts I need to finish.
Talking about this too much.
That's why some information shouldn't be shared because of that same reason.
Exactly.
Reputation, and I feel that when you start talking about certain
Personal clients.
exactly.
Okay.
Yeah. My turn. So we're going to cut.
Okay. Yeah, we'll
We're
cut
gonna
that.
cut that.
All right. So again, with the red carpet thing, that was definitely, a boulder. So one day, and I won't name the person, one day we was at the show and somebody eased up on me, that was a part of it, and asked me, hey, why wasn't, you at the red carpet? I said, I don't know. I guess things didn't work out for me to go or something like that. Maybe I was told something about tickets. I'm saying that, it might be not enough tickets or something like that, even though I saw people with their whole entourage, people that wasn't even on the show. But being, diplomatic like these said, oh, well, the rapper was there. I said, oh, is that true? He said, oh, yeah. The rapper was there. They saw each other and they, had a little conversation to the side. I said, oh, very interesting. Now, one of the things that he had did is that he came to me after the rapper did what he did, and he told me after a while that he felt bad about what the rapper did and that he was going to pay the debt for the rapper. So what he actually did was, now the rapper actually owed me, but I was only concerned with the cash that I had gave the rapper at the time. I was willing to cut all the security fees and just take that as a loss that he owed me. But he had borrowed cash from me, so that cash amounted. So he told me he was going to pay that back because he felt bad, you know what I'm saying? So I actually told him that was the honorable thing to do. That's something that I would have did immediately. It would have been no question if I had anything to do, with it or something. But it wasn't his debt, and I, didn't look at him for it was his debt because we had a conversation before I made the loan to him, and he kind of told me, I don't know, like he didn't want to have nothing to do with it. He was on his own. I was on my own, and I accepted that. But still, I would have paid it because that's who we are. So when he said that, I'm thinking, that's legit because that's what I would have did. He gave me to take care of the rapper thing and told me he would give me the very next week. The very next week came, he didn't give me anything. I didn't go to him and say anything because it wasn't his debt. I just ignored it. Couple weeks go by, month go by, almost 2 months go by. There's nothing never said about this. So now fast forward back to after the BT thing, the person telling me that the rapper was there and they was together. So I'm like, is this why I wasn't invited? Because you didn't want me to see the rapper or something? So I asked him one day, I said, so what's up with you and the rapper? He said, oh, Bigga, I'm just being cordial to try to get my money back. You know what I'm saying? I said, okay, but how I'm supposed to feel? You know what I'm saying? What about my... He said, oh, you already got that, Bigga. I said, you bugging out. I get that. You didn't never give me that. You mistaken. You know what I'm saying? You gave me... He said, no, you got that, Bigga. I gave that to you. So I'm like, you didn't give me that, bro. What are you talking about? And then he broke my heart. Well, he did. He said, you don't remember the Christmas party? He said, you don't remember the Christmas party. He had took us out to a nice restaurant for Christmas. The whole team. He gave everybody envelopes. When I got my envelope, I opened it up. I was like, commendable for the brother, give me, because you don't give me no money anywhere else. You know what I'm saying? But I'm like, Christmas, that's how I do with my business, company. It's a little bit more than, but that's how we do with each other. You know what I'm saying? For Christmas. So I'm like, all right, maybe the brother, learning and catching up. You know what I'm saying? I accept it with pride. Like, he gave me something. He put his hand on my shoulder. He was like, the envelope that I gave you at the Christmas party, I walked away from him. I knew then, what kind of person are you? Are you serious? So actually you gave me short money on Christmas? Like I said, I'm so beyond this and I'm so past this, as you could obviously see. You know what I'm saying? I didn't need your alley-oop, but never needed you to create my show or whatever you trying to, you know, finagle to the people. Like I needed you to, you know, create a design that he had to. I'm asking him to take a break from what he doing to make me is that I want to be you. He said something about on Vlad. I want to be him. Wanted me to come up to him. Look, come on, what nonsense are we talking about here?
I just want to be clear. You're saying that he gave you a payment, not a bonus.
You got it right.
Let's be clear on that.
Yes.
You were referring to where he in his mind he was giving you money, but he wasn't actually giving you money. He was paying you for a service, correct?
He was paying me the money back that he said that he was going to take over for the rapper's debt.
Oh, okay. So it's deeper than that, right?
You understand?
Right.
Yeah. So he's giving me my own money,
Right.
short money.
Right.
Short money.
Okay.
And that broke my heart.
Right.
How could you do something like that? Why would you put that in the Christmas card?
Right.
And everybody got Christmas cards. Exactly. And everybody got Christmas cards. So my Christmas card is my own money. Short money. Of my own money. Are we serious? You know, are we serious? So yeah, it was just many things that helped trickle it down, you know, to the end. I could even go further into what you know. But again, I'm so over that right now. And I'm so over that. There's so much in my rear view. I want to do it like this. Welcome to Sun and Shield, the new non-alcoholic drink that is made by me, my wife, and my partner, Vernick. This has been in our plan now for about 1.5 years. Took us to make. This will be out for all of you to buy. We come in different flavors. We also have wine. We also have beer. Very delicious drink, alternative to alcohol. So those that are on the comments like, oh, they got liquor. No.
Not liquor.
Tastes like liquor, but it's not. An alternative alcohol. And I welcome you all to come on the podcast and buy a bottle of Sun and Shield.
And spare your liver.
Can we move on?
Spare your liver.
Can we move on?
We have moved on. We've actually moved on and up. Well, I thank you, honey, for addressing that. This will be the last time it's addressed. And yeah.
Last time what?
Last time that you will spend your extremely valuable time.
I don't even know what you're talking about.
Look at that. Like that. Poof, and it's gone.
Yep.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, participators, congratulators, agitators, and naysayers, welcome to another esteemed episode of The Throne Room. Today, in our Seat of the Esteemed, we have Grammy-nominated Best R&B Male, Billboard Top 100 chart member, Def Jam's own connoisseur of all things fly, rhythm, and blues.
I try to tell you.
And the godfather of the smoothest dismissal that has ever been recorded on record, Mr. Orange June Jones.
What's up, baby? How you doing? Thank you so much, sister. Let me tell you, your check is in the mail. Thank you so much, sister. I appreciate that. Thank you. How you doing? What's up? But before we get you started, I'm sitting here with a bigger figure. You dig? Let me tell you that. I'm holding the tail, but let me tell you who's knocking his cow. Sean Bigga.
And I appreciate you so much, bro.
Brother, I appreciate being here. Thank you so much for having me, brother. This is God doing this thing.
Yes, it is.
Yes,
it's
it is.
Always
Absolutely.
God. And
Always God.
going to be a great show, man. This is just an honor to me right
Yeah.
now. So y'all see me cheesing the whole time, which I never do. This means
Yeah, it
everything
means
to
more,
me right
brother.
now.
Thank
This
you
is
so much, brother.
this brother I used to, as a little kid, run home and watch the video and try to do the moves inside. You know,
He
the
letting you know how old I am. That's what he doing.
No, not like that.
I like
I'm just
that.
much younger than what they think.
Okay,
You know,
okay.
this here is a legend. A legend. You hear me? A legend. So
I'm swinging in his jungle right now.
Let's get
and
started.
I'm glad to be here. Thank you.
Before we go into the evolution of the man known as Mr. Oran Edwards Jones,
Oh, wow, okay.
I want to just share a story with you. We were at a business dinner for Christmas, a couple of weeks before Christmas, and we were with our Italian family. And at the end of the table, this brother is singing your song, The
Really?
Rain, word for word. Now, me and his wife are at the other end of the table, completely engulfed in our own conversation. I don't know, something about the grown kids in the house. And I just hear very softly the lyrics.
Right.
This is 100% Italian, okay? Little older than the king and I. And my king was like, "You singing The Rain?" You know?
Yeah.
And he's like, "Yeah." And we're just at the dinner
That's
table.
my man.
He's like, "What did he say,
He
honey?"
said, "That's my man." I said, "How do you?" I said, "How do you know what you? Wait, where did you get that from? How did you know? How did you know that?" He looked at me and said, "That's my man. What are you talking about?" You know what I'm saying? I knew it was God damn because we was already in process of working, you know, to make this happen. And I'm like, God always speaks. You know what I'm saying? I'm like,
God is.
how could that just happen? We at the dinner table with our partners, very, you know, different type of people, and he just broke out and started singing.
God
He
is,
just
brother.
started
Yeah.
singing. I knew right
Well,
then.
we wanted to, when we were putting the record together, the concept of infidelity, you know, I didn't want, I made an effort. I could have just left the song, at the singing part of it, and have been the end of it. But I wanted to make sure to distinguish it from anything else to come after it. Because I think it's very important. It's not what you do, it's the way you do it. You know, and up until that point, you know, infidelity being what it is, but the end result of it is always either violent or negative in some kind of way, you know. And it doesn't have to be that way because how it begins is how it ends. We began in harmony. We can end in harmony. Because we don't do it together doesn't mean we have to, you know, be combative, you know. But I wanted to get the point because then you notice there's no cursing, there's no belittlement. There's no degrading. You know, it's humorous, it's witty, it's clever, but it's to the point. And it's consistent. And it allows us to go our separate ways and maintain our dignity. You know, because it's funny, it's cool. You know, and that was the effort because I didn't want people, especially our people, to always be associated with, you know, she cheated on me and that's why I killed Diana. You know, I don't want that. You know, none of that. You know, but that was the effort to try and take a bad situation and not make it a worse situation, but you know, let it end as it should.
And that song resonated and that was proof at the table. How many people in genres that song resonated to.
Right, exactly. You know.
He completely blew us both away, you know, that, and he just sang it so naturally. It wasn't playing overhead, it just, the spirit moved him.
That's the greatest compliment I could receive ever, you know, because that was the mission, for it to be acknowledged and hopefully appreciated, you know, across the board.
Absolutely.
You know, because the subject matter exists across the board.
Absolutely. So tell us about the beginnings. Where did you grow up?
I grew up in Houston. I was in my my mother was very young. She got she's 17 years old. She got pregnant, got married. You know, because that was the way that at that time. You know, you got my daughter, you get married. But my father, after I was 3 years old, he made it. They told me, and then after years later, I asked him, was it actually true? And he said, yeah, it was true. we had that kind of relationship. He told her that she would make some man a good wife, but it wasn't him. And then my grandfather said, well, if that's the case, then we're going to put the distance between you and we're going to take you from Houston to New York. You're going to move to New York and take these 2 children with you, me and my younger brother. And then we got to New York, and during that time in the 50s, it's very difficult for black people to have a, I mean, you know, it was difficult to have a living sometimes. I mean, everybody was in Harlem, and it was exciting times, but people were hustling. And, my aunt, my mother's, my grandmother, my mother's mother, her sister had a rooming house, which is how a lot of black people made money during that time. And she had 7, apartment, 7 bedrooms, and she stayed in the master bedroom. She had 7 other bedrooms that she rented out. And the people during that time who could afford the rent were usually people had legitimate jobs, like maybe hard job or working in the gym, or people who were in the life and outside of traditional work. You know, a lot of drug dealers, pimps, prostitutes, numbers guys. You know, which was very big back in the numbers game. You know, so and we were in the room also. So my mother would go to work, and we would be there, and I would be entertained by these various the cats that were there. So that was my introduction to what would later to becoming a man. That was it. That was my introduction to that. You know, I listened to those cats, and I saw the world through their eyes. You know, and I actually, it was quite an education because I gained an insight that I might not have gained had I been in a more rigid type of environment. You know, I learned a lot of lessons during that time. I actually learned lessons that I wasn't able to articulate at that time, but I was able. Like, for instance, I met Sly Stone a while back before he died. Right, and he and we talked a long time. And he told me something I never forgot. He told me, when you wind up making your mind up, at that point you find up instead of down. You know, and then he said, because in this world you'll find that people remember the prayer, but they've forgotten how to pray, because cuss words, I don't trust words, and they don't look like us words. They're just so easy to say. So, and you know, I couldn't articulate that. I had learned that lesson earlier. I just couldn't articulate it. And at that point, I realized this is God coming full circle in this particular moment. You know, and because I understood it, I started to look for it. As you know, so my perception is a bit different, I think. That's why Sean and I, the moment I met this cat, it was like it wasn't like I was meeting someone. It was like I was reconnecting with something I had lost. You know, it's just, you know, I don't know if that's if I'm doing that right. You know, you meet people and we're just meeting, but I don't feel like I've met you. I feel like I've lost you and I've refound you.
Absolutely.
You know, so that's
I tend to feel that because we're just on the timing thing. God has already did all of this already. So if he already did all this, me and you was already brothers and connected.
Yes.
And right now we're just meeting each other in the physical sense of aspect. And there's a lot of people like that, because I knew who she was at 15 years old. Told her who she was as soon as we laid eyes.
The door.
As soon as she opened up the door. I turned to my best friend and said, "That's my wife."
That kind of clarity comes from God.
Yeah. And look what happened.
Yeah.
But I said that at 15 years old.
But you know what I find, brother? Your spirit has to be in tune to receive that, though.
Yeah.
You know?
Yes.
That's very important.
Yeah.
That's absolutely important. What was school like back then?
You know, actually, school for me was like I said, I got introduced early. Man, I started, first we was buying nickel bags of weed, breaking them down into joints, and some of the joints for $1 to try and double up and then get an ounce in it. And then that turned into, I mean, I just, when I got to high school, I was 18 years old, and I was supposed to. I was went to John F. Kennedy High School. They called me and they told my mother that he's not going to graduate because he's just missed too many days. He's going to be left over. And for me, that was inconceivable. I just know I can't do it. But so the cat said there's a GED test being taken tomorrow. If you want to take it, you take it, and just, because you're not going to get out of here at the right time anyway. You're going to have to go another year. I said, okay, let me take the test. I took the test, and when the results came back, I think it was the next week or the week after I passed, they gave me my GED. I graduated. But they allowed me to march with my class.
Oh, that's awesome.
Which was cool.
That's awesome. That's
but
awesome.
I already got it. And then when I got that, my mother shipped me. She said, the first thing you do, you're out. Next day, you're going back to Texas. Because New York was very dangerous at that time.
Yes.
It was, that was the mid-70s.
What street were you on? What street?
I was on I was on 140th Street and Amsterdam Avenue. Okay. And then we moved up to we moved from 116th Street in Lenox. Then we moved to 140th in Amsterdam. Then I moved up to Marble Hill in the Bronx.
Okay.
But from there, that's why I went to Kennedy High School. Mm-hmm. And from there, they shipped me out, which didn't last very long. But it was a good time. I got to Texas. I started studying biology. I was determined.
Did you go to college in Texas?
Yeah, TSU,
Where did you go?
Texas Southern University.
Okay.
Yeah, Texas Southern
now,
University.
was that the first time you had been back in Texas?
No, I've been in Texas. They sent me to Texas every summer. I never
Okay.
spent a summer in New York. Until I got a little older, but around 17, 18. I hit New York at 3. From 3 to 17, I went back to Texas every summer.
What was that like going back to Texas after being in New York for the fall, winter, and spring, but spending your summers in Texas? Was it a different flow?
It was crazy. My family in Texas impressed upon me the necessity. I mean, physically, they really impressed upon me that the reason you're here is because you have a lack of discipline, and we're gonna send you back better than you were when we got you. And that was the idea every time. And they took it in phases. Like yes ma'am, no ma'am, yes sir, no sir, became secondhand. That was natural. And then once I learned the mechanics of life, then I learned why. I learned what to do. Then I learned why you do it. And I was fortunate in that sense, because I actually had people who I understood then that it takes a village.
Mm-hmm.
You have to have the village.
You have to have the village.
Very necessary.
It's very necessary.
Because like when I grew up in Delano Village,
Yes.
Delano,
I know Delano Village. Yes.
Born and raised there. So back then, when I was growing up in the '80s, it was all the older people watched out for us. We couldn't do anything. They'd grab you up, take you right to your parents.
Yes.
It was that type of thing. So it wasn't just like my parents that I had to fear and look out for. I had to fear out for, Mr. Roy and,
exactly.
all the older people. They all had their eye on us. And you don't see that.
No. And from that, because you had to look out for them, you developed that respect. You conduct yourself in a way
Absolutely.
that even if you couldn't see them, you realized they could see you, and you acted accordingly.
Yes.
And that was so necessary for us as a people. It was just, and we lost that. I don't think we lost it. Did we lose it, or did we give it away?
I don't think,
because it wasn't taken.
I don't think it was taken. I don't think we preserved it. I think so many of us fought to just get out.
You know what I think? When I think about it, because it happened to me and your generation.
Yes, it happened. Our generation.
When they came out and they said that they couldn't put their hands on the kids anymore, and the kids could call 911 and report their parents. Once once that really happened, that did affect the whole entire system.
Once it said
because back then, the neighbor would grab you up and spank your butt, take you to your parents, and then you get another spanking from your parents, you know what I'm saying? And when that was just affected, it hurt the whole system of the village. taken care of. Because
Yeah.
you had kids threatening, their parents. They let you put your hands on me, I'm calling those people on you.
Yeah, but I'm gonna ask you, culturally speaking, was that, because I don't recall us being that way. Because being introduced to that. Us. I'm talking about us as black people. I don't think within our culture, within our reality, I never saw that until it was suggested. And but it wasn't suggested from us to us or by us to us. It was suggested from somewhere, I think,
Outside.
outside.
It was a outside.
Influence.
It was the insinuation
Insinuation.
that this is what was happening. But the threat, there was still something called being embarrassed. If a bunch of cats was on the corner smoking a joint, maybe even a cigarette, and Miss Williams came walking down the street, everyone put it out.
Yes.
They scrambled to put it out.
Here
Here come Miss Williams. Miss Williams not they nana.
Right.
That's not they auntie directly.
Right.
But we don't want Miss Williams to
see us
in
this
this
light.
state.
Right.
Miss
Exactly.
Williams, can I help you to the building? You all right?
Exactly.
Your language changed.
Everything, your the way you held yourself,
The way you
everything.
carry
You pulled your
yourself.
pants up.
Now, as soon as she got in the building,
Oh, you went back. You jumped
pressed
back.
the play button and it go
Replay.
right back to
Maybe worse. You know, make up. Yeah.
Maybe even worse.
To catch up.
But it's now out of her sight.
Right,
It's not. It's
exactly.
now out of Mr. Johnson's sight. They don't
Right,
see it.
right.
And when they would speak to us, we would humble ourselves, even if we didn't want to hear it. We would still humble ourselves to receive the message.
Exactly.
Okay, you're right.
Yes,
I'm getting
yes,
in
ma'am.
trouble. You're right. Yes,
Yes,
you're
ma'am.
right. You're right. All right. You need anything? All right. And you press the play button.
Right.
The play button stays on
Yes.
now.
Yes.
There's no break. And I think when my king says, our generation was the last of that. We lost so many people, so many of our elders, so much of our great talents. We lost so many members of our village for, I would say, almost a 10-year period. Because of the influx of the crack, because of the war that was waged on that community, our communities. Those of us that could get out, got out as quick as they could, leaving many of us children, 12, 13, 14, 15, to now parent ourselves. We didn't have the elders there anymore. The elders began to become fearful of us because it was just too much. Like they didn't think they could speak to us. Fast forward this generation now. Grandma is 30.
Yes.
Right? She's wearing the same thing
as the mother.
The mother's wearing. She's listening to the same music
as the mother.
We listen to our parents' music.
You said grandparents, so she's listening to the
Yes.
mother and the daughter.
Yes.
Yeah.
They're going to the same venue.
Because that's 30, 33, 25,
Yes.
15,
Yes.
17, 16.
Yes. And there's a baby there now.
Ooh, wait a minute.
So the baby is like,
Watch out now.
This is how you get a baby that is twerking the sexy red. Right? Because grandma twerking
We need to
the
talk
sexy
about
red.
that, sister.
We gonna get
we
to
need
that.
to get to that.
Grandma's twerking the sexy red. Mommy's twerking the sexy red. Daddy got the blicky. He's outside,
Yeah. He outside.
Where's the grandma? Where's the elder that's coming with the life lessons and the life experiences to say, give me that baby? Y'all acting a fool, because that's what they did.
You talking about the state.
You're acting a fool. Grandma, grandpa, auntie, cousin, they taking that baby. Give me that baby, because you acting a fool.
Yeah.
Come
it
back
used to
when
be
you-
that way.
But now,
No, they not trying. They not looking. They not checking for it now.
she not picking up no baby because she got to go out later.
Yeah. She going to the club. She going out.
We meeting at the club.
Yeah, we mean right exactly. So
We all at the
You
club.
trying to find a babysitter?
Who watching? The baby watching itself. The baby
watching
got a
itself.
tablet.
Netflix. BET. BET, Hip Hop Atlanta.
Exactly.
Oh, they watching Hip Hop Atlanta.
Exactly. So when I hear that you had a village in Harlem of a wonderful spectrum of so many different characters, right?
Yes, yes.
But then you go down to Texas. That's
That-
a whole nother village.
Oh, that was the Texas was the rope. Texas, yeah,
That's
they don't-
amazing.
Yeah, they didn't tolerate. The Texas was no tolerance. You know, because the danger was real. They were still getting lynched. You know, they was getting.
I wanted to talk about that.
Yeah, when my mother at one point, she became. She wanted to go to nursing school.
Okay.
And so there was no one, and she that required her to study and just focus, and so she couldn't do it with us there because by this time I was going into junior high school, and my younger brother, he's 3 years younger than me, he was just tearing up stuff, you know. So she had to ship us out so she could focus for that year and a half, and which became 2 years actually. But so they shipped us to my family in Houston. But during that time, I forgot what the reason was. They said we're going to take them down to Louisiana.
Wow.
So I went to I stayed in Lake Charles, Louisiana, where we have my family originated from. The Houston, they came from Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, all, and they migrated to Houston, something Chicago, you know. But so I stayed in Lake Charles, Louisiana, during that year. Now that particular year was the year that Louisiana became integrated.
Wow.
Louisiana was segregated up until
So
that
it
point.
was still segregated.
When,
at that time.
that year I started junior high school, that was the year they became integrated, and the white people were not having it. I literally walked in with the National Guard.
Wow,
with
what
the-
was
with the-
that
with-
like? Because you're coming from New York.
Yeah, I had never been called nigger before. I had never been called nigger. I had never seen anyone tarred and feathered. I'd never seen anyone lynched. I had never been chased by a mob. I'd never seen anyone a mob going to people's house and drag them out. I saw all that.
You saw all of that.
Hey, I saw
in
all that. I bear witness to
Louisiana.
all that. I feel like I'm looking at you. I saw all that
In Louisiana.
in Lake Charles, Louisiana. Yes, Lake Charles, CASHAPP Parish, Lake Charles, Louisiana. Yes, I saw all that. The name of the high school is Pearl Watson. You know, it was all that.
I can't let you skim over
Yeah.
that. Tell us about seeing that, even something like someone being dragged out of their home. How?
Yeah, the Klan.
So that was
Klan
we
was
know it
real,
was
Jack.
real,
No, Klan was real.
But we didn't get to experience that.
No, I saw the Klan. I saw the Klan literally come because where I lived on the railroad tracks divided us.
Okay.
I lived on this side of the track, and the white people was on that side of the track. There was a few whites with us, white people on our side, and that's where that's why I began to realize that racism is a luxury. You know, it's a luxury. It's racism, and it will always be in existence because at its core, the only difference when a person gets to the point, ignorant, yes, but not even ignorant. Sometimes just desperate for to find themselves. They can't find themselves, so they have to separate from what's around them. There has to be something that makes them unique and distinct within themselves, and that when everything else is exhausted, this is what remains. So there were white people that were there, and they were racist, and they had nothing. They had black people that had more than them. But they were racist, and they were steadfast in that racism. And I'm like, wow, that's crazy. But when you have nothing, then you'll hold on to anything. You know, and that was the case with them. But with the Klan, that was we saw a cat. They jumped out the truck. It was in late evening, mid-evening, about 7, 8 o'clock at night. We were on the porch, and you see the guy running.
A brother?
Black dude, brother, young cat, and he. I came to find out later that the reason why it all happened at all was because he had an attraction to white women, and they didn't. No, that's not. But they ran. He was running. They in the truck. They jumped out the truck. They would hit him they would pour tar on, not over his whole body, just have tar and just splash it on it. And where it hits, that's where it sticks. You know, it doesn't. It's not like pouring it all over. It doesn't kill you, but they toss it on you, and then they come in and hit him with the pillowcases, and the feathers just stuck to him. You know, and then they would laugh and they leave him there. But the part that you don't hear about is when the other black folks would come out and he would be laying there screaming. You have to remove that. You cut it off. You cut it. You peel it. You peel it. You cut it.
And the skin comes with it.
Oh yeah, skin comes with it, and the screams. Oh my God, screams.
When he was running, did anyone seek to help him? Was there any?
No.
Hey, would you? Because now
No.
they're crossing over into
No, they came across the track. And
our Chocolate City, basically, because there was a railroad track.
Yeah, the railroad track
separated.
that separated. Down,
And when they pulled up in this
yeah,
truck,
on Broad Street, man, he ran, and the truck came right behind him. No, people saw it. I was on the porch. We saw it. It was about 6, 7 o'clock in the evening. You know.
People must have been scared during those times that if they assisted, that they would become, victimized.
People are us as a people. I think we've always been scared, but not for ourselves, for our children,
for the little ones,
for the ones coming. Which makes us a more braver. I think we as a people we are. Oh my God, because I've seen some, not all of them, not nearly, but some of the atrocities that the people put upon us. You know, it's a wonder we've lived this long. You know, we've survived as a people.
And how old would you say that brother was? Was he a young guy?
He might have been in his mid-20s, maybe mid-20s. Yeah, he was a young cat. He wasn't, I might have been, I think I was 14 or 14 because I was just going to junior high school in 7th grade. So, but now when I came back to New York, I came back to New York again. And that's when I couldn't finish school because I didn't go. And then so I brought this back with me. When I came back to New York after that, it was different. You know, that's why my attitude was such as it was. When I told you I didn't, earlier when they told me I wouldn't graduate, I didn't see the necessity. I mean, I was really shook by that, so I didn't pursue anything. I just kind of I was in shock because I never seen that type of stuff before. But yeah, it was quite an experience.
Was that the same year that the National Guard escorted you to school?
Yeah, I went the year that Lake Charles, Louisiana became integrated. They allowed black students to come to the school. They had the National Guard there to escorting them in the school because they weren't having it. They had nooses, they had blackface. I mean, everything you could imagine.
It sounded like you was about to say they don't come through the back door to school, do they?
I don't. No, we came through the front door. We came through the front door. No, we came through the front door.
So how does the students get to school? You get to school and the National Guard is there to escort you, or?
No, the buses bring you.
Okay.
Or you get there by highway car, or they drive to the campus, to where the school is at, and then the National Guard is there.
Okay.
They're already there. And when you get out the car, they escort you in. You walk in between. You have a guard on one side, guard on the other side, and they walk you in.
And what is that crowd saying? What are they
Everything you
doing?
could think of. At that point, everything you could think of. Everything short of throwing something at you. But the nooses waving, the blackface, the hatches, the hoods, everything.
Would you say they was imitating their parents?
Yeah, absolutely. That sort of stuff is imitated. Racism is a learned behavior. It's not an acquired behavior. It's a learned behavior. You have to be taught that. You have to experience. You have to see that and accept that and embrace that, and then it becomes part of you. Which I never understood because that in and of itself is a cancer. But and then after that, I realized that the most important thing is God. Always.
God was walking with you into that building.
God's been walking with me through my whole life. It's just I'm very grateful that I've been able to acknowledge it. God walks with us all.
Absolutely do. I try to tell people when people say, you know, I'm blessed, I said, we all are actually blessed.
Yes.
The moment we wake up and we breathe that air of life,
Yes.
you was blessed.
You were blessed, you know. But what did you
It's
do
what
with
you
that
gonna-
blessing?
You look at that, bro. I'm just about to say it's all about what do
I
you
saw it
do with
coming. I saw it coming.
Makes all the difference. What's going through your head, through your 14-year-old mind as you're walking through that crowd? Because in New York, I don't believe
I never
that was
seen
your
that.
experience.
I never heard that
at
before.
all.
I'm fat. You know, actually, to be honest with you, now that I think back, I would like to believe that I was fascinated during that time. You know, because I definitely wasn't harboring it. I wasn't absorbing it. I wasn't taking it in. You know, I didn't. It did. And maybe that's just I'm the God. Then maybe that was God doing this thing then too, because I was truly unaffected by it.
It's
Unaffected by it.
a story that I have for that. I never really told nobody. So I don't even think I told you this. It scarred me. I was probably 9 years old, and same thing. You know, growing up in New York, we didn't know racism or anything like that because it wasn't. You know, my private school we had white kids. You know, so I was going to Esplanade Garden, to the Wayne House, and you know the one.
Esplanade Garden,
Yeah. You know the 145th Street Bridge.
Right.
So a work van pulled by, and you know it's a work van with, I guess, you know, like carpenter guys or something
Right.
like that, and they were all white guys inside the van, and I was standing at the light, you know, because you got to stand at the light where they go, and the guy in the passenger seat looked at me. He looked at me with this cold, disgusting, different type of look that I had never saw or understood. And he hawk spit, you know, at me. And that was like, I think, the first time in my life that I had experienced racism. I knew he hawk
Right.
spit
Simply
only because I
because
was black.
you're black.
And I was a little kid. And I'm like,
Yeah.
how could you do something like that, you know? And you know, that always never left me. That was the first experience.
Did you tell anyone?
I just told you. I
Not
never
even
even told you. It was
Mom, not Dad, no one? You just held it.
just something like that. Just, you know, I was, you know, like you a kid, you know, like, so, you know, which make you worry about our kids, what they might not tell us. But yeah, I just went on to, you know, to my friend's house, and I didn't even tell him.
Didn't even tell your friend.
No, I didn't even tell Dwayne. I just
But
knew
you
that
know,
I had experienced something that was,
something was negative.
yeah, that was really,
It could have been detrimental
yeah,
to the whole
right.
character.
Yeah, like,
But you know, let me tell you something. But it's interesting because oddly enough, going into the school, yeah, there was nigga, this and that. We hate you, nigga. But in my science class, oh my God, there was a cat. I think it was Henry Belcher or Beecher, something like that. Henry something. He was white. And we were cool. We were cool in class. When we got out of class, he called me a nigga. The next day, he apologized and and brought me some donuts, some Krispy Kreme donuts. And said, "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to do it." And I said, "Well, why'd you do it?" Because my dad was standing there.
it was taught it. They were taught it.
It was taught. You know, it was taught, and I think that's what kept me from actually like just feeling a certain way. I think that people who use that or use the race as a dividing thing, I think that's just the most ignorant thing. You know, it's the. And you know, a lot of times you wonder what if this same cat, I don't like black people, and then he's find himself on the hospital bed as a black doctor. But you know, it's just crazy. It's just crazy.
When you have your degree, you're as they call it, the good enough degree, which many of us got on our way out of high school. I understand you joined the Marine Corps.
No, you know what? Let me tell you something. I was going to join the Marine Corps as a joke. As a joke. And somehow that got on people. I wasn't going. I'm passive. I'm a pacifist. I'm not violent. I can't. It was a gesture that was given to me. Yeah, I mean, I was going to join. But no, I would no. I was going to, but no, I didn't. What happened was Curtis Blow came down to TSU, to Texas Southern, and do a show.
Wow, talk
and,
about
and
that.
I grew up. And Curtis, I lived on 140th on Amsterdam, and I don't know if he lived on Convent Avenue, which is right around the corner.
Okay.
So we grew up. Actually, he was my younger brother's friend. We were me and his older brother were friends. We were like my brother. He got killed early. He died early. He got shot in the street and died
Your younger
early.
brother.
Curtis Blow's brother, his oldest brother.
His oldest brother, who was your age.
Was my age, right?
Okay.
Right. And Curtis is 3 years younger than me, just like my younger brother.
Got it.
But when his older brother died, and Curtis, he came to Texas. He said, "Come to New York and get in this music business." I got and so I came back. I wrote a song for him called "Daydreaming."
Okay.
Right, for Curtis plays. It was at that time the only rapper to be singing, daydreaming, take me. That was cool. So I got some notoriety from that, but I didn't get any money, not like I should have.
Mm-hmm.
But then I met Russell, and Russell he was just starting. Everything was just starting now. Russell said, "Listen, man, I'm gonna have a label, a Def Jam label. It ain't gonna be no whole lot of money, but it'd be cool. Just come hang out." And so I said, "Okay, when you get the label, I'll come hang out." In between then and that time in Def Jam, I did a record on Mercury.
Okay.
Rock It Body Down. Did a record. I was about to do a record on Elektra. No, Elektra was the record. I was about to do a record on Mercury, and then Def Jam thing happened, so I didn't do the Mercury. I went straight to Def Jam. So it was sort of, and the way I'm explaining is like I'm jumping, but that's kind of how it was. It wasn't planned. Nothing was planned. I didn't, because the only plan I had was actually to go be a doctor. I wanted to be a doctor.
I could totally see that.
Because I thought in that instance I would be able to do something worthy. Because I saw the sacrifices that people I appreciated the sacrifices of my family in Houston and my family, of anyone that tried to give me anything.
Mm-hmm.
So that was that. But it's been, up until now, it's been quite a journey.
It sounds like it.
It's been quite a journey, and I'm better for it, I believe.
So Curtis, were you already writing music before?
No, I was
school?
studying biology.
You were studying biology.
Yeah.
So you were on the path.
Yes, I was
medicine.
to medicine. Yes, I wanted to be.
And when Curtis comes and
my
starts
second
this
semester.
Conversation.
I leave my third semester. I leave college.
And come back to New York.
Come back to New York.
And was Def Jam in its infant stages yet? Did they even have an office?
There was no
yet?
Def Jam. It was just Rush Management. It's Russell, and there was a bunch of cats coming up. I walk in. It's Rush Management. So it's a bunch of cats. My name is Big Daddy Kane. I'm Houdini. I'm Dougie Fresh. What I mean? And who you? I'm Oran Juice Jones. And so you see cats coming up. Queen Latifah. Hip hop was exploding. And everybody was excited about it. But even then, I was really in it for the art, man. I didn't really think about the money. I should have thought about the money, but
you know what I grasped right away, that according to what you just shared, Russell said it's gonna be cool.
Yeah.
We're gonna have a lot of
fun.
But ain't gonna
It'll be a whole lot of money.
I'm like, what? The intro of that is like,
That's what it was.
You're gonna have a good time.
Yeah.
We're gonna have some fun, but
it's
gonna be a whole lot of money.
He told that to everybody.
This is what I believe
Yeah,
you when you say
everyone.
that. That was the intro.
Yeah, and this was, I'm talking about hip hop, Tila, I'm talking about it's yours. You know, Tila Rock, like Love Buck Starsky, you know, like that. The Cold Crush Brothers, you know, I think those cats already coming. This is Big Daddy Kane, Run DMC, Public Enemy was just coming out, the Beastie Boys. I mean, everybody was just coming up right now. Cats was, Queen Latifah had just got on, but she was still Dana at the time, you know. I mean, everything was coming up, or was coming together.
Slick
You know,
Rick.
Slick Rick was, whoo, Slick Rick was coming. Yeah, he came.
LL.
LL, hey,
of course.
he was came. Puppy hadn't even got there yet. And when Puppy came, he was carrying crates. He hadn't got there yet. Jermaine Dupri was still carrying crates. That's why it was that far back. You know, so, and it was a great time. And you know what's crazy? All of those cats, it was the same spiel. It's gonna be a cool situation, not a lot of money, you know. But you know, it's during that time, everyone, the art, that was the
Yeah.
focus. The art. As soon as cats got, oh, we can make money.
Right. There's actually money attached.
There's actually
to
money with this. Now, give me. Give me mine, give me mine. And then that evolves to, give me mine, give me yours, give me yours. Let's get theirs. Now, let's get it all. You know, and when you get to that point, let's get it all, you already crossed the threshold, I'll do anything. You know, because while it's just art, I want you to do this. Well, what's that got to do with art? You know, you know, I'm an artist. You know, I'm focused on the art. But now there's money. Oh, there's money? What I got to do to get the money?
Why R&B?
Because there's rhythm in our blues. I wanted to put rhythm in our blues, baby. I wanted to maintain that rhythm on our blues, man. You know, because that's the basis of it all. You know, the black struggle. You know, our struggle as a people, our perspective. You know, in regard to that struggle, as a result of that struggle, that's music. That's the music you listen to. You know, I mean everything.
Yeah.
Country, jazz, blues, everything stems
Sure.
from that. You know.
It's a part of our wiring.
Yeah, but that's
Our
what
function.
them Tombs. I mean, was it Tombs? It was. I think it was Tombs. He said, music. The purpose of music is to describe the mentality, to illustrate the mentality of the times, to make audible the mentality of the times. That's the purpose of music. I think it was Tombs who said that. And that's true. That's why the music, if you want to understand a particular peak moment in time, listen to the music. And the music will tell you, you know, what was going on during that time.
Absolutely.
In the 60s, with the Chambers Brothers, with Time, you know, the Chambers Brothers, Gil Scott Heron, you know, the last poets. You know, that music, you know, disco, salsa, you know, everything, the mentality of the times. I'm sorry, brother.
No. Why did we start? Because like in our generation, when we grew up, what was mainly probably confusing is that the rappers started rapping as if they had money, you know, that they didn't have. You know, how did that get ushered in?
Because I believe that to be a result of slavery. You know, because I think we as a people have always used our material possessions to validate us. You know, that's the bottom line.
That's deep.
You know, that's why you can live in the projects, but you got a Benz parked outside. You know, you ain't got money to buy food, but you don't have the new Jordans. You know, because those material things validate us. They make us. They acknowledge to the world that we are worthy to be here because we have accomplished what it takes. We have accomplished the same thing, if not greater, of our counterparts. You know, I'm not white, and not saying white is better, but so I'm not better, or I'm not Spanish. I'm not whatever's better. I'm not better. I'm not that, but I have this, which makes me equivalent to that. You know, which is why I'm going to spend more than anybody. I want the first, the best of everything. Even though I represent a small minority, because in this way, I'm relevant. You know?
And I'm visible.
And I'm visible. And because of slavery, I wasn't relevant. Because of slavery, I was told I was invisible. But not now. Because I have this big diamond on my hand, or these new sneakers, or this whatever it is that makes me.
And I guess it was important to put an image out there to the youth and the kids that you were better, because that's...
This is how you caught up.
Yeah.
This is how you catch up to your white counterparts.
Yeah, we looked and we thought, these, we see them on TV, we see the cars that wasn't theirs, the jewelry that wasn't theirs, and, we thought that they were living, rock star lives.
Right, but that's what I was telling V earlier. I didn't know how broke I was, so I made some money. So that's crazy. I didn't know how broke I was until I got some money.
Wow,
We always hear now that the artists are given advances. You get your advance. This is supposed to hold you over into the shows, and all of those things start rolling in. Was it similar to Jeff Jam? Was that how business was
they
done
gave
back
advances,
then?
but they gave advances, but they didn't. We didn't understand the purpose of the advance. Is for you to initiate the dream, the lifestyle that you're talking about that you haven't had, that you haven't earned, because you still lack the tools to create that, to manufacture that, to manifest that. But this is your magic trick. Here I'm gonna give you this. Take this. Go build yourself up the way that you're presenting yourself to the masses, because it's got to be believable, because if they can't see it, they can't buy into it. And I need them to buy into it, because if they don't buy into it, then I can't trap them. You know what I'm saying?
That makes a lot of sense. That makes a lot.
I got to get the rats in one place, so I got to have the king rat that looking good and draw them in, and then I can close the door. So if he don't look good, they won't. You know what I'm saying? I got to get him in.
That makes a lot of sense.
And
the advance is necessary. That's part of it.
Right.
Did that start with Def Jam?
That started with that. No, that started with I actually started with. I don't know when it started. I know Sam Cooke developed the royalty system. I think, from what I understand, Sam Cooke developed it, where how we determine how you get paid based on your royalty, how the records, the mechanics of it. So I guess it probably stemmed from there, because up to that point they probably were just giving us Cadillacs, And then when Sam Cooke developed the mechanics of this is how you get paid, and then I guess those cats knew how they were getting paid, but I don't think they shared the information. In fact, I'm certain they didn't, because if Sam Cooke actually did invent it, he didn't give it to the masses, because if he had, it would have defeated the purpose. I think those cats, and I think that's a result of slavery too. To once you gain the information, you don't share it with the rest of them. You can hold it to yourself.
You hold it so tight.
Yeah, hold it tight. Yeah. And that also, it don't make you one of us, but it keeps you in the room. But you think you're in the room because you validate yourself by holding on to it, but you're in the room anyway, because how are we going to know what they're thinking if you're not in the room and you're not bringing it back to us? We ain't going to talk to them.
Correct.
So we'll name you a gatekeeper. You keep the gate.
That's a name that we're hearing a lot about these days, the gatekeepers.
That's the purpose. I'm not going to leave my office in Fifth Avenue to come down up to Harlem or Watts or wherever. I'm not coming in the inner city and talk to you. I'm going to find one of you that's able to come talk to me and bring the message. I'm going to keep him fly. So when he go back, you can see what you down there with them. You looking like that? I'm going to come down there with you. You got to do this. Okay.
All them shiny things can be
All them
quite
shiny
distracting.
things, yeah. Let me get some of that. Come on down here and get it. Okay. What you got to do? Well, we got to go back there and tell them this. But that's not true. Well, that don't matter. Tell them what you got to tell them. Because the more of them we can get, the better it is for us.
Who was it when were you managed by Rush
Yeah.
Management and signed?
And
Def
signed,
Jam?
yeah.
So
that's a conflict of interest in itself. In and of
Right.
itself. But I'm gonna tell you something. Russell, Russell, we were friends.
Okay.
And he didn't. And Russell had his hands full. It wasn't like he was raping up. I shouldn't even say that. I'm in pause. Golly, man,
Taking advantage
that got me out here. It's not like he was raped. It's not like we were at a disadvantage. Because, as I said earlier, I didn't know how broke I was until I made some money. I mean it figuratively. I didn't know how at a disadvantage I was until, I actually, Russell allowed us, what he gave us was the opportunity to go get it for ourselves,
Okay.
right? He didn't give it to you. He gave you the opportunity to get it for yourself. You had the initiative to go get it, then you went and got it. And if you didn't, then you didn't. I wanted to go get it, but something always popped up that kept me from going to get it. A family issue, my parents, my mother got terminal. That was the end of it. I was in New Jack City. I had already signed the contracts. The G Money part, if you ever watched that movie.
Yes.
Of course, that's
G Money, I had G Money. I wrote all of the lines you hear in that. When I got the part, I said, and if you don't, right, there'll be no lawsuit, so you ain't good. This true. Yeah, I said the script is. I want to change the script, some of these words, most of these words, because I wouldn't say that. And they said, okay, Juice, do change it. I changed it, but then I ran into a situation. There was issues with Def Jam, and then my mother got ill. She got terminally ill, and when that happened, I sort of like
I totally could see that too. That was your role.
Yeah, it was not.
No, I totally could see
it was
that.
the G Money. Yeah.
Did you have to audition?
No, I already.
This?
They have seen some. I was in. Alan Payne came after. Wesley went and got Alan, and that's another story. When that happened, right? I'm gonna tell you. I'm gonna tell nobody this is the truth. The truth here to happen. When I was on my head, I got out of it. I was just, and me and Russell was going to war, and Doug McHenry, and George Jackson, they were the directors of the movie. And I was cool with George, but Doug, we didn't talk that much, and I just kind of get knocked out of it. And then all of a sudden, I hate Alan Payne, Alan Payne. Wesley Snipes went and got Alan Payne. Me and my man, right, Gene Harris, right, Playboy Gene, right. This how stupid I was. I got strapped up. I'm gonna look for this guy. I'm gonna Wesley Snipes. I'm gonna blow his head off.
Why?
Right? Because he got knocked out. They told me Wesley Snipes went and knocked you out, got you knocked out. The part, he the one that went and got Alan Payne. You over? That's
So it was already confirmed.
I already had scenes. I already been rehearsing. I was G Money.
Okay.
I rewrote the script for me.
Okay.
Suddenly,
And
boom, bam, I'm out.
The news.
When I get the news, Alan Payne's in, and I get the news. Wesley Snipes brought him, right? So I went looking for Wesley Snipes, and I wasn't going to shoot him, and I just went. I know I was strapped, but then I left the guns in the car because I said I'm not going to do that. That's crazy. But we was going to tag that ass. We going to tap that ass, But then when we got there, Wesley Snipes was like. I said, yo, it was something. And he was like, no, man, I ain't do that. No, Juice, you my man, I wouldn't do it. What was your problem? I would never do that. And he was, humble to the point where it was like, I felt like, why am I even out here? This brother ain't going. Fast forward. So we left, everything's cool. Fast forward, maybe a couple of years. I'm looking at television, man, a few years, but like, I'm seeing Wesley Snipes on here with Kung Fu masters. But this nigga's Blade. You know what I'm saying? And I'm like, Blade? And then the special come on with these different Kung Fu man. He's in there and he's doing all. And I'm like, that wasn't no acting. He really know that stuff.
Yeah.
And then the come out there and then I went and then I found him later. And I thanked him. And I said, man, brother, listen, thank you for not kicking my, 100 different ways, And it was just, and I learned even from that brother's humility put me to shame. The most beautiful cat. And I was just a savage. And in that instance, I realized that was God with me. But I learned from that also. I learned from that the humility, it's as important to us as breathing. Being of a humble nature.
What did I'm little? You know, you got to just backtrack for me. What did Russell have to do with New Jack City?
Russell was involved with the financing of it, from what I understand. He was involved with the
I never
financing.
knew that he had any hand in New Jack
Oh
City.
yeah.
No?
Russell had New Jack City. Yeah, for sure. New Jack City. The other one, Wild Style, the first one, the one with Blair Underwood, Crush Groove.
Yeah, I knew that one, but I didn't know New
Yeah, he was
Jack
involved.
City.
But and it was all. I mean, George Jackson was a cool cat. God bless him, he was a cool cat. Everything was connected at that point. Movies, television. They were trying to create the union between everything, hip hop, everything, hip hop world. You know, the fashions. I mean, everything was trying to be use hip hop as a foundation and spring forth from there. So yeah, he was heavily involved in that.
But you were the king, the godfather of R&B. You were Grammy nominated. When did your relationship with Def Jam or Rush Management start to sour?
Right
what
then.
was it like getting
Right
that
then.
that notice you were Grammy nominated?
I got nominated. The one that you hear about is the best male vocalist, right, at that time. But there was another Grammy nomination for best video.
And that was that for which song?
The Rain.
For The Rain.
For The
Okay.
Rain. The difference is the reason why I couldn't get nominated was because in order from my understanding, the video had to be the one in a particular version, which made it a long form. It was $10,000 between what I had and what I needed to make me qualify for the video.
So
and he didn't give it to me.
Wow.
and I was going. I didn't find out. I would have got it myself.
Right.
The mere fact that he hadn't given it to me, or hadn't gotten it, and that was the only difference between me getting nominated for this second Grammy, was $10,000. I was livid. I was out.
So
so that was the beginning. That was the beginning.
That was the beginning.
Yeah,
once
that was the beginning.
nomination.
That was
came.
the beginning.
How do you hear?
And he didn't even
your
show up.
nom-
I should have got that.
Yeah.
They had to hold me. You know, I started to run up there and grab that. Because they
So
was
you were
holding
at
me.
the Grammys.
Yeah, at the Grammys. Yeah, I mean, Luther, it was me. Who else was it? It was Billy Ocean, Luther Vandross, and a couple. I think Jeffrey Osborne, and me, and James Brown.
Wow, the Godfather.
Yeah, James Brown. And so that picture come up, and everybody's picture come in, and call your name, you say, play the song, your picture come up, and I'm sitting there, and I'm on the corner now, and I'm waiting, because if they say something, I know what everybody did. I know the numbers. I know it's my turn. It's my turn. They don't say my name. I don't care who it is. I'm running to grab it. And they said James Brown. And I said, okay, I'm giving it a go. And my man said, let me tell you something, man. If it had been anybody else, you could do that. Godfather of Soul. James Brown. You don't take this moment. You let this rock. And I said, I feel cheated. He said, yeah, but you let this rock. This is greater than that. He wasn't even there.
Oh, so someone had to
Somebody had
accept
to
on
pick it up
his
for him.
behalf.
And I really wanted to go get it. But then he was like, this is his moment. This is, don't do that.
Was anyone else at Def Jam nominated that year?
No.
For a Grammy? So you are,
Yeah.
the Shooting Phoenix.
Yeah. And I'm
From
hot.
Def Jam. How do you get notified you're nominated for a Grammy? I'm
they send it to you.
visualizing a gold
They
letter
sent it to you.
or something.
I think they sent it to you. I think they told me at the label. But I can't. I tell all of it, man. It's like I had been bitter because The Rain got nominated because people requested the record. Nobody, Def Jam, Columbia, no one put money behind The Rain. No one. I was not marketed or promoted at all. No, it was a frisbee. The purpose of OBR record label was to lose money.
Explain that to us.
We gonna see the visitors later on. Now what I'm saying to you now, there's no way to prove it, because I'm not, and I doubt if anyone's gonna ever call you and say I'm lying, But from as it is, man, Def Jam Records was making a lot of money. they had to. Russell and Lee and Rick Rubin had come to an impasse. Russell genuinely wanted to make R&B music.
Okay.
Rick Rubin genuinely did not. So he said, well, I'm gonna form another label underneath Def Jam and OBR. I'm gonna do my soul thing over this R&B over there. And Rick Rubin said, I'm gonna go over here and mess with these cats, Slayer, the white
The
rock
rock and
band.
roll.
Yeah.
Okay.
Slayer, yeah.
Slayer,
I'm gonna get with them. Remember, he was down with them one time.
Slayer.
Well, I remember we went to listen to their record. When they made the album, so they had a listening party. They put the album on, the lights went out in the building. Everybody black in the building ran out. Nobody listened to it. Everybody, oh, we know what that is. They were talking about we gonna kill the priests while they sleep in the heaven will rain the blood.
Okay.
And I said, oh my goodness.
That's where we get out.
Let me understand, because that's interesting. So Rick Rubin
He went-
went and pretty much created that.
Yeah, he went on that direction. He went and started doing something like with that. I mean, not that he was doing the devil stuff. He was just doing, he's doing his thing. And Russell, his thing, he was doing his thing, which was sort of R&B, which was me, Allison Williams, this cat Tayshawn, Chuck Stanley, cat, he had a record Day by Day. A remake of that. He had a group called the Black Flames that was on there. There was later on, those images were taken from an executive who worked there and went to another record label and took those images and incorporated them in that label, and that's where you saw. Like that's enough. I won't. He's dead now, but he created something else over there.
So the people pushed the rain.
The people pushed the rain. People called and said, "I want to hear that rain record."
I remember there was a request.
Yeah.
You could actually call up the radio station.
But that's what I got. I got
Kiff
requests.
FM.
That's what sold me. The request, Frankie Crocker was on it. You know, Frankie Crocker, that was my man. Frankie Crocker, he looked out for me. He looked out for me.
Wow.
He's a good brother, Frankie Crocker. You never hear that name no more, I guess. Maybe. But he looked out for me. Hank Spann was looked out.
When you recorded The Rain, did you know that you had hit a diamond? Did you know it?
No, actually, when I recorded The Rain, the song, there was another reason why I was hopping them cats, man, because the song was done.
Okay.
And I sat there, and then when I realized that, you know, I didn't realize it. For some reason, I just felt that I needed to do something else to distinguish that from every other record that's gonna come after it or has come before it. You know, which is the format for that type of record is you know, girl meets guy fall in love, girl cheats on guy, they break up, you know, somebody done somebody wrong song, you know. So what separates, there's been songs like that up and down, and there'll be songs after. What will separate this from what's come or what's gonna come, you know? So let's get the monologue.
Was that your idea, the monologue?
Yeah. Well, actually, it was my idea. Russell, when I told Russell what I wanted to do, he said, well, yeah, it's a great idea, See, we gotta make it funny, gotta make it witty, I said, yeah, but I'm not, you gotta be bitches. No, I'm not gonna curse, I'm not gonna do all that, not do none of that. You know.
He said you gotta beat bitches up.
That was hip hop, baby. You know, I'm like, nah, I'm not gonna do that, man, because I want to hear it 30 years from now. I want to hear it for a while from now. I don't want to do that. And so he said, okay, all right, do it. So I did that. I spent my own money, went in and added that part to the monologue.
Wow.
And that's what say.
But he's your manager.
And not only
He was
that,
management, but Russell was just in my friend. But he wasn't. I wasn't hip hop. That's when it became. I was an alternative. Russell, I didn't go to Russell with a rap record trying to get on. You know, when he said come over to Def Jam, my introduction to Russell was as a writer for Curtis Blow. So I might have survived that. But as an artist, I wasn't rapping. I was singing.
Okay.
You know, and we were friends. We were actually friends. We still friends now. You know, he cheated me every dime I ever got. You know, he did.
Friends like that.
No, but you know what it is. You know, I want, and I don't know if a lot of artists say this. He couldn't have cheated me if I hadn't been high. You know what I'm saying? If I hadn't been out here running around from women to women, you know, before I met my wife. You know, if I hadn't been just trying to capture all those things that I thought was or that I never had that weren't necessary in the first place, you know. But had I not been fog-minded, my mind just no one can take something from you that when you're aware. You know, when you see people, if they have lost in their heart, they can lose. You know, he couldn't steal from me if I wasn't in a position to be stolen from. You know, so that's
Could he had maybe helped you though as your friend? Because it's different when someone is like, just a business management or something like that. But as your friend, could he helped you?
But during those drug years, I wasn't even in a position to talk to God. You know, so if I couldn't talk to God, I definitely couldn't talk to him. Talk to my, I had to become reacquainted with God. You know, as corny as that may sound, that was it. You know, I had gotten so far away. I hadn't gotten decadent yet because my upbringing wouldn't allow that. But I was in the room, and I saw, and I knew that when a man knows, when you know, you can't unknow.
Right.
You know, you can't claim ignorance once you know. And I knew my upbringing allowed me to know this is right, this is wrong. Don't do this, don't do that. You know. For reverence for God. I lost that during those years. The music business took that, and they didn't take it. I gave it away. That's why I couldn't get bitter. That's why I can't get bitter now. But fortunately enough, I didn't stray so far away that I wasn't able to find my way back. My own perseverance and the association with people, with family, and the continued association by being here. This strengthens my resolve.
And as you mentioned earlier, being in service.
And being in service, yeah.
And being in service. That was such a vainglorious period. Hip hop was still a baby. R&B was now being married to hip hop. What was some of the parties like back then?
Yeah, it was crazy. It was, during that time, see, it was interesting because R&B and hip hop, up until that point, the power, the music business and hip hop, it was hip hop interacting with the music business, but they remained the roles remained the same. I'm the manager. I'm the artist. I'm the producer. But then the entrepreneurial thing started, and the artists and they started saying, well, I can get that money. I can do it. You could see where the lines, you could cross over those lines if you were willing to do certain things. If you were willing to get involved. And as people, as artists became more aware of the possibility of what what they could become involved with, and some of them made that decision to take that route. I'm trying to say stuff without saying stuff, because I don't want to. I mean, I know you're aware of how this thing works.
I'm learning. I'm the ever-present student. I know that Def Jam lineup that we saw, that was you, Curtis, Run DMC, only a few survived.
But because there's a concentrated effort that you don't really become aware of until you either become part of it or you cast out. Or you leave. You don't have to be cast out. You're never cast out. You just, because people who are cast out, I think there's a definite alternative for that. I think a lot of deaths that have been realized are a result of people getting involved and perhaps realizing, whoa,
Right.
And then but and then again, that's I know when I became the parties, when I became aware, really not even aware to like I see right, it's just aware, just of what it actually entailed, what it was. Then what your commitment to it has to be in order for you to survive the impact of it. And therein lies the challenge. Are you willing to do what it takes to stay here?
And what does it take to stay there?
Depends on where you want to stay.
So, like right now, let's just say, for instance, right now we hear a lot that's going on. Just telling us that, like with Puff Daddy and Cassie and people, a lot of his artists have came out and said that they pretty much had, to compromise themselves, their souls, if they wanted to become successful. We heard that, she put out a big lawsuit that, he settled in the one day, and so the things
I never
Brother
met
Russell is
the
gone.
things that's
Russell's
Brother
things
Russell
that's
has
said,
left not just the building,
the things
the hemisphere.
the things that's said in that lawsuit is just downright almost,
Horrendous,
evil.
man.
Yeah,
Evil.
it's horrendous, the things that you can hear. So that makes you wonder, is that, it was that back then? Like,
I can only imagine, man. I to be honest with you, brother, Brother Sean, I have what I experienced at the level that I experienced it, but what I saw was not. I think I didn't get as deeply involved as I could have, as I would have to have been to see the stuff that's going on today. You know, I wasn't that. I never met. I met Puffy actually came to my party first.
Wow.
You know, that I had a party. Me and Big Daddy Kane, we had a party, and I had VHS. I had they recorded it, and I have a copy of him. I don't know what I think he was new to the music business at that time, but he was there in an all-white suit with a white hat on, and he got in the picture, And I remember I didn't know him. But I saw him. And I said, I don't know who that cat is, but I think he's gonna be something, because I don't know who knew him, but nobody knew him, but then everybody knew him. So it was but I never. I think that's the only time I think I perhaps crossed briefly once after that. And that's the only interaction I've ever had with that brother. But I don't know the details of his situation with that chick and with that young lady or and even with Russell. I try to not get involved, because a lot of people come and ask me about those situations. I try not to get involved with that, because those bricks, man, if they did it, then that's I'm sure that they're gonna be handled. If they didn't do it, then perhaps this is that you can't have a testimony without being tested. But I know that I am not so far away from sin that I can even have an opinion about anyone else. So I just stay away.
most of the successful artists during that time, admittingly themselves, they were on drugs and did different things, but they were promoted and they were made successful to where they at now. Why? I always wondered, to me, and it always come in my mind, why didn't you was at that time like most anticipated? So what would stop that door for opening for you, would you say?
For me personally, it was me. That's personally. That's why I could never harbor any ill will toward anybody, or feel bitter, or feel like I've been cheated, or I hate to. I just don't have it, man.
You chose not to go in the
I
door.
can't have it, because I actually walked away from it. So when I walked away from, you don't walk away from part of it, I walk away from all of it. But I had a lot of, when my mother becoming terminal, that's what really.
That's what did it.
That's what did it. Had she not been terminal, I might have been. I'm gonna take another shot, and try, because I had the resources, and I was still young, I was still enthusiastic about the music, But her illness, she said, I would like to see some of the things that I wanted to see, during the course of my life, if that's possible. You know, I pawned everything. I sold everything. I got rid of everything, and Wendy and I and our kids, our 3 children. She said, we're going to go. I don't know where we're going to go. I'm going to go where we're going. Wherever she wants to go. We rented a car. I sold everything. We rented a car. And where you want to go? And we literally, I want to go there. We went there. Stay here for a month. I want to go there. Stay here for 6 months. I did that until her death. You know.
When did she pass?
It's she's been going now about 12 years. But that lasted for about 5 years. You know. And then she said, don't go back to New York, stay in Houston, raise your children here. And by that time I had 5 children. So I would leave my wife and children in Houston, and I would fly back and forth to New York to work. You know, so, and even in that instance, that was God, because every time I come back to New York, man, I fall right back into the poison, man. You know, because I got to endure it, because I got to get this money to send back to take home. You know? And then, but as God would have it, I stayed there long enough just to endure it. And then when it came time to go home, I would leave and get back to Houston and get back to my family, into a respect for God. You know, God, we're gonna go to the kingdom home. My family's Jehovah's Witness, so it was a little bit of everything. But the Jehovah's Witness is what I rocked with, because every and I'm not not trying to sound, but it's just that they appealed to me more because they had no opinion about anything. Their perspective came strictly from the Bible. You know, so I tended to go in that direction. But I didn't get that in New York. I would have to come back and forth. But and, you know, I think God has walked with me my entire life, man. You know, I'm not think I know He has. He's walked this, you know, and I've been better for it.
As a little kid, when I was a child, I originally stayed with my babysitter, because my parents, you know, they worked. So during the week, I stayed with her, and I would come to my parents on the weekend. You know, sometimes not even then. You know, I pretty much stayed with my babysitter till maybe about 8 years old, 7 years old, on 144th Street.
Yeah.
Yeah, Lennox.
Yeah, Lennox
is
7th. Yeah, Lennox 7th.
You know, no. 144th Lennox is 7th in the block.
Okay.
Tenement buildings. Shout out to 144th. That's like, you know, those brothers love me there, because I grew up there, you know, in that block with them. And my babysitter, you know, at the time, Miss Rose, you know, she was in the Kingdom Hall, so I pretty much grew up. I have that, you know, path too, because I went to a Christian private school, but then I was with her, so it was like I got both of those worlds.
Right.
And they was over the house every day. You know, they were over the house every day with the watchtower and stuff like that, and I sit back and, you know.
It was either that or Islam. It was either Jehovah's Witness or Islam. And they're both, I mean, they're similar. They're the same, actually the same cat created both of them. But I don't know, man. I think that I'm just fortunate in that sense that God has always been a part of my life, you know, and it's gotten me through a lot of. Def Jam was an experience. The whole music, and my daughter she's in the music business now. She's singing, so I'm still in it, but you know, I'm not of it. Sort of like the world, you know. You want to be in it, but not of it.
And what is that like, seeing her as a musician?
But I
and
realize
going
that's God
forward?
doing this thing, because she's going to make mistakes, but she won't make my mistakes.
Right.
You know.
Is she a rhythm and blues also?
Yeah, she's going to sign.
Wow.
We're going to sign. We're on the verge of signing a deal with her now, if the numbers are correct.
Nice.
You know. But again, the pitfalls of this industry, there's a lot of them. You know, and I think that's the biggest problem, that the older cats who know won't really share it with the younger cats, because they don't have the sense enough to be, or the humility enough to come and ask for it. You know? That's probably been that's been the problem of our people for the longest, I think.
For a long time. I saw that 2014 you performed on the Jimmy Kimmel show.
Yeah, the cat. He's a
was
cool
that
cat.
like?
Yeah, that was
What was
cool.
that
He
like?
called me, man. His cats called me. I didn't even know he had the number. He called. Yeah, it was really cool. They called and they said, man, come down and do the show. It was his birthday. It wasn't like it was booked and I wasn't even hot. That was personal with him. He said his birthday. Come on down. I said, cool. I caught the flu that night.
Oh man.
I performed that with the flu. I had the flu when I went on there. You know,
couldn't tell.
Yeah, but if I felt it, it was you. And you know, that was a beautiful thing. I know this whole ride has been really amazing, and it hasn't been like I don't mean amazing like it's been a whole lot of money, a whole lot of action, but just the people that I've gotten a chance to meet and the perspectives that I've gotten a chance to interact with, and it gets better and better and better as we go along because as good as I thought it was ever going to get, now sitting here with this brother here, this is the height of it all. Not mean really mean, and I'm not saying because I'm not really a good names. I don't remember names that well. I don't in faces but I'm a vibe cat. You know, I'm a vibe. I don't have to read the whole book to know the story's about. You know what I'm saying? And your vibe, brother, I'm not just amping you up. I'm telling you this from here to heaven. I am better for this time that we've spent together because my perspective, my options have increased. I see things not differently, but I see you don't cause me to see it different. You cause me to reaffirm what I already know. You know what I'm saying?
And that means you don't know how special that is to me, right? Because you do the same for me. For you to be someone that, like my wife could tell you, you know what I'm saying, that I honor so much and look up to, for to even hear something like that from you.
Brother, listen, let me tell you something. This is God doing this thing, really. The only thing I've ever really prayed for and asked God for is enlightenment. To enlighten me at points. Make me better, by way of interaction. And I've been, thus far it's been that way. And like I said, it gets better. Even, me and V over you don't see him. He's on the other side of things, but that is him too.
Yes.
And this sister here.
Powerful
This lets me know.
Behind that camera.
This lets me know that my convictions are real. And that's what it is. You feel a certain way, but you don't know. I'm gonna stay straight to this path, but I don't know. But then, like I said, it's not the journey or the destination. It's the company we keep along the way. And that's your path goes in this direction and then it crosses with another. And at that point, we interact, like right now. And then I realize, I'm in the right direction. Because if I wasn't, I would have never met you.
Yes, absolutely.
I got to be going the right way.
Yes.
You understand?
That's powerful.
And I know I'm going the right way. Because why? Because this is me.
Together, brother.
Absolutely.
Yes.
I can see this.
Absolutely.
I ain't got no wonder.
Yes.
And I know God is doing this thing.
Yes, it is, brother.
He is.
That's like what my wife said when our partner started singing that night. God spoke to me and was saying, "I'm giving you a confirmation right now."
Yeah, we're gonna link up. This is what's gonna happen.
Was like, wait, that had to be God. You know what I'm saying? Like he's an Italian man and a whole nother thing. I would expect him to start singing, who knows, Madonna or something like that. You know what I'm saying? But he started singing you, and it was a dream almost. At that point of even getting you here. You know what I'm saying?
Brother, we was destined. This was gonna happen. This was supposed to happen.
I would tell you something though.
Yes, sir.
So you're gonna chuckle on.
Okay.
This ain't the first time we hooked up.
I was gonna say that, but like I said, I'm not good with faces. I'm not good with.
I'm gonna tell you, I was a little kid, so I was on maybe the 102 bus or the 7 bus, and it was a few little kids on the bus.
Really?
Yes. You had on a black and red what you call the baseball type jackets, a baseball type jacket.
Yeah,
Started
okay.
like
You
a
had
starter
on,
jacket?
yeah, some gray sweatpants.
Okay.
Lighter gray than that.
Yeah,
You
yeah,
was on
that's
there
my
chilling.
thing,
Now,
yeah.
check this. You should probably remember. It was
Okay.
so many years ago, but you might remember. So some little kids was on the bus and started messing with you and said, "Wait up, we know you. Ain't you Orange Juice Jones?" And you was like, "No, that's my twin brother."
Really?
That was me.
That was you?
That was me,
Bratty
bro.
kids.
Little bratty kids, little fat kids. You was sitting at the back of the bus. You was chilling. This had to be the early 90s. And you was chilling, and and we ran in the back of the bus, and I'm like,
Right, okay.
said, "Wait up, dude. Ain't you Orange Juice Jones?" He was like, nah, that's my twin brother. And we looked at you like, "No, it is you." But you was like, "No, it's my twin brother."
I never fessed up? I didn't fess up? Oh, man, that was my bad. That was
He was like, "It's my twin brother, my twin brother."
Man, nah, I should have fessed up. I'm sorry, brother.
That was me. It was all,
yeah,
it was
I used to do that a
okay.
lot. You know why I used to do that? Because I got one time there was a kid and his father, he was with his father, and he said, "Orange Juice Jones," and I said, "Okay, hey, what's happening?" And the cat was Orange Juice Jones, and his father said, "How you doing?" And I said, "Hey, how you doing, man?" And I was getting ready to shake his father's hand, and the kid said, No, I saw him like that, and I'm like, "That's disrespectful."
Yeah.
You know, that's disrespectful. Don't do that. Don't ever disrespect you. Don't do that. And the father thanked me. And for some reason, I don't know, I just, the whole idol thing, somebody see you, and if you want to give them something, I saw cats buying into that. Yeah, I'm all that. I'm that nigga. Yeah, I'm that. A lot of times, I would like, nah, I'm not that cat. But you don't really want that cat. That cat, if I was that cat, he be honoring you. He be saying how great you are because you're gonna go somewhere that cat can't go because you're like, how old are you, 12, 14? That cat's a grown man. By the time you get his age, you'll be done something great. He may not even be forgotten. He'll be forgotten about. So listen, it was some sort of off. I don't know if it was. I don't know how I could. But if I said that, I honestly did
We
say that.
felt that. We
You
knew
know,
it was
it wasn't
you.
me
It was
being.
obvious.
It wasn't
No.
me being.
You was humble.
You know, I was trying to. Yeah, I was
you
shirking because
totally
I always
humble.
had a problem with that.
Yeah,
man. I
you
always
was
had a
totally
problem.
humble about it.
Yeah, it wasn't.
But you just, we were little kids, and we like, it's you, and you was like, nah,
yeah.
This is my twin brother.
Because I'm saying I had no. It's odd, man. I had no aspirations. I wanted to be a doctor, man. You know, I mean, for real. You know, I thought I really, I don't know. The music business just sort of happened. You know, I'm glad it happened.
Yeah, of course. I'm glad it happened.
But it just happened, brother. And you know, and if I've gotten anything out of it, it's that people are people, man. You know, you got to deal with them individually. You know, I'm looking at the world today, the circumstance that we're in today, with people not being able to identify their genders, and you know, and they have there's a sexual revolution going on.
Oh boy.
You know.
Quite a bit.
I do have one question.
Yes, sir.
Before, not to interrupt you, honey. Are you the first R&B singer that blended hip hop and who was rapping on a record?
I like to think I was. I'm hoping. I'm trying to think. No, I'm not the first. I'm the first that did it the way I did it. You know, but I'm not actually the first because
Michael Bivins?
No, me before that. I mean, the Intruders. I want to know your name. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah.
Hey, my name is Sonny. You know, I like cookies and things like that. You did.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? I mean, but I think I was the first to do it with direction. There was a definite focus on my spiel. It wasn't arbitrary. I wasn't trying to rap to get. I was saying something specific and addressing a specific circumstance.
Yeah, you was rapping with Big Daddy Kane.
Yeah, well, Kane was I love Kane is the flyest cat in this game.
Both of you were back then.
Yeah, at that point.
Yeah.
But Kane is still rocking. Now I saw Kane do a show. In fact, I'm going to a show of his. I think I'm gonna go. He has a show. I think in Houston. I'm going to fly into to check him out. But he's still doing this thing, man. Those cats, Kane, Chuck D. I mean, it's a bunch of cats that are still in this game that are doing their thing. And I'm just so proud of these cats, man. You know, but you still in this game doing your thing. You was rapping, man. Have you told them about when you what? Come on.
No, dare see. Hopefully soon I want to start.
No, I'm talking about before, man. When you was in the rap group before.
Yeah, many years ago.
Many years ago.
I got a chance to sign with Teddy Riley.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? I ran with the Get Fresh crew.
Yeah.
You know, I was.
You ain't know that, did
you? Howard Hewitt brought me out on stage. I performed. You know, opened up for him.
I
had a.
But you remained unscathed though, brother, because the set you was on, it was a fast track.
Yeah, and that was so many years ago. Yeah. I was one of the first kids that was, actually rapping when it was considered not cool. That was before the gangsters.
Yeah, before.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah. When they used to say only nerds was rapping, I was that, and they used to say I was stealing Heavy D rhymes because I was that good. I was actually that good.
Man, it's been a journey, brother. But where you started to where you are right now, it's been incredible. Yeah. And I know it's been incredible for you because it's been incredible for me, and we're in the same place.
Yeah, absolutely.
Absolutely.
Yeah. And it's been good to be here.
Yeah, and it feels so good because we have a chance to tell the youth and the people out there, whether you want to believe or you not want to believe, but God is real.
I think they have no choice but to believe it, Bub. I think we reached that point where God is real. It's real that God is real. Yeah. I think that's where we are. That's where we're at.
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
I was only going to ask, in 2023, there was the conversation that R&B was dead. That passion, that love when brothers pick up they lady friends and they get in the car, there was always a ballad, the perfect ballad that could be played. Right. Me and my king was in the car the other night and we threw on Gregory Abbott.
I knew Gregory. Yeah.
Because it sends you to a place of peace, of love, of just wanting to be closer. And the conversation started coming up.
All the light-skinned cats.
he was definitely on the Philip Michael Thomas
all the
track.
cats.
He was on the Philip Michael Thomas.
They don't know nothing about us. They don't know about you got. You don't know about that.
Teddy and all of them.
Yeah.
You right there with them.
Yeah.
What do you think killed the R&B movement?
You want to honestly?
Yes, honestly. What do you think killed? Because
Black
who better
women.
to hear it from than
Black women.
Really? Tell us. How did we kill it? Tell us, how did we kill it?
Because you killed the necessity for it. You killed the reason for it. You became strong and independent.
When drank the sensuality out of it.
You stepped beyond it. You started to want to wear the pants. And as a result, some of us is putting on dresses.
Ooh.
That hurts.
That
hurts.
That was powerful.
That hurts.
And I never even looked at it
And keep
that
it pimping.
way.
I mean, I can't do it all. I gotta do it first.
Wow.
And I'm gonna tell you why it hurts.
Because it's true.
Not because it's true, but the steps that led up to that was painful.
Yeah.
And
you see it now.
I think my age group, I saw it when it was happening.
Oh, okay. What has anyone ever else told you? Has anyone else
I've shared that with other women.
Oh.
That there's nothing wrong with being soft. There is power in our softness. There's power in being feminine. There's power in being a woman and not mimicking maleness. There is no man on the planet that desires that.
Right.
When the king steps out of the throne room and he goes into the royal chamber, the conversations that take place, because the queen is there to support, guide, nurture, and feed.
Okay, I believe that. Yes.
Not to shame, not to
Never.
humiliate,
Never.
not to cripple.
Not to criticize.
Now,
Question.
if she is left alone and unprotected,
What is alone and unprotected?
when there is no king,
Well, if there's no king, why would there not be a king?
oh gosh, there's so many reasons there
But what's the
won't be a
primary
king.
reason? Why would do you think a man would leave a woman that he's
Systemic removal. A lot
so
of,
he's not there by his own accord.
but not by choice.
He's there not by choice.
A lot of kings got removed not by choice.
Not by choice.
By forced removal.
Right. Forced removal. Right.
Now-
Exactly. Okay, now we moving forward. Yeah.
There is.
But were they
I
blamed?
think-
Were they blamed for not being there? Regardless of how they got
I
taken
think
out.
there was a resentment that
Exactly.
began to build.
Okay. All right. Let's keep it pimping. And that resentment
I can be
came.
honest about
Yeah,
it because
and
I
where-
talk about it all the time.
Where did the resentment stem from? From where did it come from?
Exhaustion.
But who from what it didn't get from other black men, from where's the resentment for the black man not being there, where that resentment for him not being there, who harbored that resentment?
The women and the children.
Right. The women.
We fed it into the children.
Which fed into not the women and the children.
Because the
women to the
are
children.
the first teachers.
Right, so not the women and the children, the women to the children. So it's safe to say the children would never have gotten it
When
had
we
the women
send
not
our
given it to them.
girls, I'm gonna let you finish, but when we send our girls for higher education, right? When you say the necessity of it was taken, the necessity of rhythm and blues, love music,
Right.
baby making music, feel good music,
Right.
let's stay together music,
Right.
right?
Right.
When the necessity of that no longer was requested, look at what replaced it, right? What replaced it was, I don't even have to call you sweetheart.
Right.
You saw it in the music videos. When I watched your video today, right? One of the things I noticed, of course, was how you was dressed, which was immaculate,
Oh, thank you.
right? The style, right? But then I looked at the woman,
Yes.
right?
Yeah.
And I saw how beautiful she was, how
Yes.
feminine she
Yes,
was.
feminine, exactly.
Even with her being dismissed in the
Yeah.
most
Colorful.
classful,
Classful, yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Because it was the ultimate read. That's what they call it today,
Yeah.
a read, right? It was
Read,
the
yeah,
ultimate
ultimate
read,
read.
right? And she sat there in character, because she's
Yes.
in character,
Yes.
right? She's in character, and she's just, right?
Yeah.
She didn't use some of the vocabulary that we hear of the women her age now would have used.
No, she
Right.
didn't. She wouldn't.
She
that's what she
remained-
didn't, because that doesn't mean she didn't know how.
Right, she knew how.
She knew how.
She knew how.
Right.
But she understood, the jig is up, right?
Right.
He ain't gonna let me take the coat. I can't take the coat? Okay, I can't take none of the coats. Okay, and she, just exited. I think what we're teaching the girls now is there's a competition between the woman and the men, that we somehow can compete sexually, we could somehow compete financially. Men still make more
Was that-
per capita than women,
Okay.
and that's because of the way society is set up,
No,
right?
no, you think
Because they're supposed to be the leaders, they're
Right.
supposed to be the breadwinners and the protectors.
Okay.
And I don't think the women now require it, as you say. I went out with some of the younger women maybe a few years ago, and I was appalled. I didn't see anyone buying them drinks.
No.
And I had never seen that before. First of all, I was appalled that they were even paying to get in. I come from a different world where
Yes.
I've never paid to get in anywhere. I show up.
You show up.
I smell good.
You smell good.
I'm pretty.
And
Hi.
And that's it.
And that's it.
That's it.
That's all
That's
that
all
was
it takes.
required.
Yeah, that's all
right?
required.
You need me in here.
Right. And at that time they did because they
And everyone that looks
Right.
like me, you want in here. Because
Right.
we're going to bring them in. Because the gentlemen are coming to see the eye candy. It's not a sausage party.
Right. No, it's not.
Now when you see the club scene, all the gentlemen are on one side with all their bottles to themselves. They're taking pictures of each other with the bottles. Right?
Right.
The girls are on the other side. They got their own bottles. They taking pictures of each other.
Right. That's absolutely.
This what y'all came outside for? To dress for each other? So when I hear that, that's why I wanted to ask your humblest insight and opinion of what happened to R&B. And I think you hit the nail on the head. The women stopped requiring
They start
it.
requiring it. Yeah.
If you and your boo are going out for the night, or you're turning in for the night, and you're in the car, and you're throwing on drill music, right?
Or Booty Hole Brown.
Oh gosh. Or that, right? Or that.
Yeah, that's knocked my socks.
What
So we're
kind
gonna
of
talk
mode
about
is-
that.
What kind of mode is that setting? You know, how do you
Savage mode.
Savagery.
Savage mode. Savagery. Yeah.
So savage. Sometimes I hear the music and how the men and the women are describing intimacy. I said, damn, that sounds painful. You know,
Yeah.
where's the sensuality? You know,
in the
he
past.
talking about smacking her, she pulling out the blicky. It's like, what?
Yeah.
Y'all together? You know?
Tell you, no more romantic evenings. All you need
Yeah.
is 2 AA batteries. You know,
Yeah.
that's it, Jack. 2 AA batteries, we good to go. You know, that's all I need. But it's evolved. That's what you know. It's and you know you hate to keep referring back to spirituality and religion. The Bible said in the last days men will become lovers of themselves. You know, and even in the celebratory sense, if those men in the bottles, but they ain't got no girls, yeah, they popping bottles, taking pictures of themselves. They lovers of themselves.
Yeah.
You know.
I
These
think-
are all prophecy, all these things.
Yeah, I think, and we have to refer to it.
Yeah, you have to. You don't want to get too.
Exactly.
I want you want to keep it entertaining because I love you, sister, what you said, but you can't. I don't. I
Yeah.
think today. I think it's too. I think it's real now. I think it's really actually. I believe last moments. You know.
We are.
I don't mean like the next 5 minutes,
We
but
are.
you know, if the.
But we are though.
We are.
Yeah, we
Yeah.
are. The world has been overtaken by evil and the devil in no way it's ever been on this earth. We are now living in a time where I told them the world about the devil with Dr. Umar, and I got 50,000 views in one day, but the people are dragging me like trash, like saying I'm stupid, I'm dumb.
that's not,
you know, I'm talking about these imaginary figures. None of this stuff is real. And I sit back and it hurts me so much inside because I know this is the state of the people.
Right.
You know, they actually believe.
Right, and they reenacted because as the system was illustrating, the men on one side, the women on the other side. You know, it's unfortunate that most of us can only see what's directly in front of us.
Yes.
Because we're right up on it, because we want to be so involved with it. But when you sit back and get away from it, then you can see it in its entirety. Then you see where it's all connected. You know, and what you're saying is absolutely true. What you're saying in regard to the music and where we're going, is directly related to the fact that these last moments, that the prophecy that's illustrated is the same thing. It's the same. What you're saying is what we're seeing. What we're seeing is what you're saying, and what you're saying is what we're seeing. You know, and I don't think you. Like I said, I don't want to sound. You don't want to sound corny but you can't really get away from it because it's so critical.
No, it
You know?
is. Because if we don't say something, my children.
We're blood guilty, brother. You're blood guilty.
Exactly, yes. Warn the wicked of
You're
their
blood
evil
guilty.
ways.
You understand
that?
that?
Thou shalt surely die.
Yes.
You don't warn the wicked if they evil ways that thou should surely die. They're going to die in their own iniquity.
Yes.
But their blood will be held accountable.
Exactly.
On the hands of those that were supposed to warn them.
Right, because a man that know that he know, it will be held of a higher standard.
Absolutely.
You held to a higher standard.
Yes.
Yours is a different kind of hell.
Yes. Yes.
Mine is a different kind of hell.
Yes.
Yours is a different, sister.
Absolutely.
Because you know. You know. We know.
It's like, y'all don't believe those bed bugs that you sleep with is real because you can't see them.
Because you can't, but
they there.
But they there.
Yeah.
They there.
But they there.
And the ignorance will not save you this glass. I walk into the room and this glass is poison and I don't know it's there. My ignorance of the poison in this glass won't mean I won't drink it. I won't still be just as dead.
Right.
The poison didn't kill me. The ignorance of the poison killed me. Because if I had been known it was there, I wouldn't drink it. That's perhaps the trouble with a lot of our people. We don't know that it's there. That's why the ones who do know, if we don't let them know, we are held.
My people die of a lack of knowledge.
Yes.
People die of a lack of knowledge.
It's lack of knowledge.
Absolutely.
And real quick, not to,
The pause for the cause.
Quick promotion.
Absolutely.
In celebration of Dry January, for all of you who are taking a break from ingesting spirits, we have Sun and Shield non-alcoholic spirits.
Non-alcoholic.
Non-alcoholic. We have whiskey, we have rum, and we also have gin.
And tequila.
And wines. This will keep you on your Dry January journey. You can still enjoy the taste of these spirits such as gin and rum and whiskey without the impact, without the dizziness, without the regret, without the shredding of your liver and all of those other wonderful health ailments that come along with alcoholism.
That's right. And for all my cats out in the street, look here, Miss my man Sean B, this is his brand. You're supposed to be looking for this in the daytime with a flashlight, you dig? Go get this, support this. This is us, this is you, this is everything. Let's make it happen.
Let's make it happen.
Now we can get back to
now, let's back to our whatever that
was.
Okay. All right, that's cool. We'll take care of us later. You got us later. All right, that's it, brother.
Just speaking about that, I think that was another thing that was introduced in our community. The alcohol, the marijuana. That is what scares me right now. What do you think about all these marijuana shops that done opened up?
It's gonna happen. They're gonna open them up, man.
Every single block.
It's like liquor. It's like
they're
liquor
everywhere now.
Everywhere, liquor stores and Chinese restaurants.
Yeah. And I think they promoted. As I constantly tell the people, the devil takes over your mind. Either your mind is going to be conformed to Christ Jesus, or it's going to be the devil. It's no in between to that. We are not of ourselves. We will become a slave to either one. And the Bible says that He wants us to remain sober because your enemy, the devil, proud and he's sober all the time and he's looking to devour you all the time. He doesn't take no break. It's not anything like that. So he would rather you stay sober because your enemy is trying to destroy you. Things that the people, I guess, just don't know. I guess they don't, actually open the Bible and read it. But one of the things that I want to promote, we want to promote as a family, is that
alcohol-free.
Alcohol-free. And it's a scripture in the Bible where people don't understand that it speaks about that when Jesus did turn the water into wine. Right. People believe that, that was wine. Yeah. But they don't further read the scripture. Yeah. When the man came up to Jesus and said, this wine is not like the other wine. The other wine, people drink and then the worst come.
Right. Right.
This wine, you drink and
You drink
it ain't nothing,
it
you know what I'm saying?
had no
People was
after
happy and
effects.
yeah, so they didn't even understand. They was dealing, whatever he did was something that didn't have the alcohol
Well, you
to
know,
it.
brother, I think with any vices that's presented to us, I think it's the abuse of that. I don't know if money is not evil. The love of it.
Yeah, yes.
Liquor in of itself is not evil, but the overconsumption of it, the consumption of it to a point where it makes you do something other than what you should be doing, or what you would be doing if you were not under the influence.
I totally
I think
agree
at that
with
point it becomes a hindrance. It becomes a demon, you know. But and then again, you know, I've gotten to a point. And it's not because I've become holier than thou. I've actually lived long enough now that I don't see it, but I know it's there. You know, the conclusion of all that. You know what I'm saying? You know, and you begin to when you get to that point, and it happens at different points in life. Because sometimes it could be an instance that causes it. But when you get to that point, you start to realize life as it is, and not as you would have it be, or as you've been told it ought to be. You know, and I don't want to indulge myself in anything. I want to be that in tune to the now that I don't want to indulge myself in anything that's going to take me out of that. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to be high for a minute, because in that minute, I'm never going to get that minute back. I'm never.
Oh, yeah,
I want to
that's
be aware that
powerful,
if I'm going to lose that minute, let me lose it, trying to find a step closer to God. You know, because that's where I want to be. You dig what I'm saying? That's what I want. That's what we all want to be. It's just that, you know, we don't. A lot of us we fall short because we don't. Maybe we don't think it's cool, or it's you know, we ought to, you know, it's kind of corny or whatever, you know. But then nobody appreciate basketball like the cat sitting in a wheelchair. You know what I'm saying?
absolutely.
You can't. You know, that's it.
Also, I think our body is a temple. And because the scripture says
Absolutely.
that. So
That's-
if our body is a temple that the Lord dwells
No,
in,
that's fact.
yeah.
That's
That means
fact.
whatever I put in my mouth, whatever I put in my
My
brain,
brain.
whatever that I'm
Right.
almost desecrating the
In my
temple.
spirit, what I put in my
Yeah,
spirit.
what I put in my spirit, I'm almost
You know?
desecrating the temple.
Yeah, that's
So
why you
I
can't
need-
harbor hate.
I need
or
to be
envy.
very
Right,
careful
Right.
of what I let inside of me.
Yes.
Because
Yes.
what I let inside of me, you know,
That becomes you.
yes.
And then when you give it to someone else, it becomes them.
Yes.
And then you become blood guilty.
Yes.
Because not only have you put yourself in a bad position, but you've also aided in the guidance of someone else toward that same bad conclusion. You know, that's. But see, that type of insight, brother. That type of insight is you don't learn that. You know where you at right now. Your spirit, where you don't learn that. You have to come to that.
Yeah.
You know.
You know, and when
You can't be taught that. You can't be taught. That's
when
what
you
I
say
mean.
that, I give a quick story, you know, something powerful that you would find very interesting. So I had a very bad marijuana problem, and I used to smoke a lot of weed. Thank God right now, he set me free of that. But I had a vision one day, and it bothered me a lot, and I couldn't understand it for a while, but it came to me what God was teaching me. So I was somewhere, and I looked, and I saw a throne, and I saw a lot of other thrones next to it, but it might have, so it could have been the 24 elders, but the one that was at the head of the first throne, you know, he identified himself to me as the Most High, pretty much, and I know this might be too much for y'all, but
No,
this is
get
for
it, brother, give it
those
to
who
'em.
have ears, let them hear. So when I was called to him, I was like sitting low, you know, down up under the throne, you know, up on the side of him, low down. And my head dropped immediately in my lap, you know, like just dropped in my lap, and I only could look at him from my peripheral vision. And as he was sitting there, he started blowing the strongest marijuana that I ever smelled or ever could think of. And he wasn't blowing it like on me, he was blowing it in me. Like when he blew it, it went in me, and it was killing me. It was so strong that I couldn't breathe. I couldn't think. I couldn't overcome it. And I kept trying to rise up, but I couldn't. The smoke was just so
When you eventually
strong
rose up.
and so powerful. And I was so hurt inside because I'm looking like, why you kind of identify yourself as God. How could you do this to me? Why are you doing this to me?
You
And
can't be tested without a testimony.
He just kept blowing the smoke, and it kept going inside of me. So I came out of it, and that bothered me for some time. You know what I'm saying? Because it's just like it always made me think, what was that?
Did you smoke anymore?
So yeah, I did, but you know, it came to me because I still hadn't really understood what that was. Didn't tell much people. You know, I just kept that inside of me. Right. But then one day, he came and said something in my ear when I was, studying the scripture, understanding that your body is a temple that the Lord dwells in.
Yes.
He said, what do you think you're doing to me?
Yes.
And that's when I understood what it was about. Right. I was trying to rise up, and I couldn't rise up because he kept blowing the smoke inside of my temple. But it's the other way around.
Right.
I'm steady smoking, and the God spirit in me can't rise because I'm steady smoking the weed.
Because you're polluting that temple.
Polluting his temple.
Yeah.
So when you say that, you can't read this, it's deeper.
Yeah.
That was just something to let you know
absolutely.
how deep it goes.
Absolutely.
For me, he teach me a lesson, directly.
Absolutely. And sister, you know what? I was thinking about what you were saying earlier on the musical side of things. Another factor that I think contributed to the demise of R&B music was the perspective. The black women. Not only did they no longer require it, but their attitude changed when they became when they started interacting with the feminist mindset. We can do the same thing as a man, or we can, the whole feminist movement is not really designed for black women.
And I always try to highlight that to women.
They don't get it though.
My lineage, that there was no need for the feminist movement for our community in particular, because when our men were catching hell, we were catching hell right alongside them. We were not, whether it was through colonization or whether it was through forced labor,
no
matter what our condition was.
In addition, it was all those things.
All those things. We were right alongside our men.
Exactly.
We were not spared because we were women, as opposed to the women that spearheaded the feminist movement.
Okay.
They were placed in a safe space.
Okay.
Above the ground, almost in an angelic way. You don't need to speak. You don't need to vote. You don't need to do anything. You just sow, and we're going to keep these animals away from you.
Yeah.
Right? We're going to keep these animals from you.
Yes, ma'am.
Because you are a delicate wallflower.
Yes, ma'am.
We're going to learn everything from medicine to gynecology on these wenches over here, because they could take the pain They could take the suffering.
They're strong.
And they're stronger. They're
strong black women.
they're
They're strong
damn near
women.
men, right?
They want to be men.
So when that feminist movement got slowly trickled into the college campuses and the vocational schools that were popping up at the time, they made it seem like that was something we needed. Honestly, sisters, we tired.
You should be.
I want to be off the grill. I am off the
You
ground.
should be tired.
But for all of the sisters that haven't had that opportunity to take your feet off the ground and sit
Black women
and
should
serve
be tired. Yeah, they should be tired.
and embrace your femininity,
Yes.
and not have to compete. Our women who spearheaded the feminist movement, they were angry at Tom and Frank.
Yeah,
I want to
Bill,
vote,
and
damn
Bill,
it.
and Bill,
yeah, I
and
want to
Peter.
vote, damn it. I got a voice too. I don't want to keep sewing.
I'm
You know,
tired of
I want to do something.
telling them what to do. Telling the
We've
servants
been
what to do.
sewing. We've been working. We've been sewing. We've been toiling. We've been birthing. We've been doing it all.
Yeah.
So that movement wasn't for us. It was unnecessary.
Well,
And I think
it
a
was
lot of-
it was unnecessary. I'm sorry for cutting you off.
For
So, no,
us,
but-
in particular.
Yeah, it was unnecessary for us. But you know that another side of it too. And I'm not challenging what you're saying. I agree with what you're saying. But I'm asking you. Do you think it was also a deliberate plan in order to unroot or unsettle? I mean, to dismantle the foundation of the black family.
Absolutely, the family is
This was
the
it was
foundation
a ploy.
of
It was
all
a,
things.
So you're saying it was a ploy?
I think it was a very calculated movement, along with what we used to call welfare. Now they call it human resources, but it used to just be called welfare back in the days.
Yeah.
I think that a lot of things was presented as a positive with some incentive, but the incentive, I don't think women understood. The women then, didn't understand the aftermath, what that would lead to a generation. I don't think they could have predicted, because again, even those ultra feminists, and I'm gonna tell you why I don't think they predicted it.
Okay.
Because the women that the Gloria Steinbergs, those attorney women, those women that were in the colleges that spearheaded those movements, their daughters still have a high percentage of marriage, family, stability, right?
Right.
Whereas our sisters, those percentages slowly started dwindling. They know how to turn it or force it off, right? I'll give you a prime example. Sex and the City was a huge, huge show once upon a time.
right.
HBO, middle-aged professional women, middle-aged, because I want to put that out there. I think when people, when women and men think about Sex and the City, they always think about the fashion. They always think about all the fun these girls were having. These weren't girls, these was middle-aged, single white women, right? In Manhattan, wearing poshness of every label you could think of. They were unmarried and they were childless and middle-aged.
Right.
Which is the triple threat for every other woman on the globe. No, seriously. It's a triple threat. If you are a woman in Japan, if you're a woman in China, if you're a woman in India, Australia, if you are middle-aged and childless and single, you better start getting scared. Okay,
Yeah,
I just watched a documentary in Japan that there's an actual term for it in Japan, like something about like the vegetables at the bottom of the basket that nobody wants, right?
Oh, that.
But
Wow.
this was a #1 show. Why was
Right.
it #1? Because it was a fantasy. Those middle-aged professional women, I don't need it. Those middle-aged professional women,
Right.
Donna, Karen, Becky, Paula, whatever you wanted to name them, still had a higher percentage of getting married and settled down than sisters who are imitating that lifestyle, than Latinas imitating that lifestyle.
2/3 their age.
Right. And they 40.
And yeah.
They 40. They skipping around in Louboutins and
Right.
you know, but they are single.
Well, yeah. Perception is the reality.
And that's when you say that to me, that did we predict it? No. I think we thought, oh, we're gonna be just like that. But then you go to the churches, who's filling the pews without the husbands by their side? It's us, right?
Exactly.
And they're still teaching their daughters, when you go away to college, you're meeting your husband.
Right.
Right? We send our girls to college, not all of us. So I don't want the kingdom to get offended. Well, I can't control the offense that is felt, but I want you to hear what I'm saying with an open mind and thought. When we send our girls to college, we say, get that degree, get that career.
Right.
Girls, stand on your feet.
Right.
Because you can't depend on nobody.
Right.
Right?
Exactly.
Donna Karen is saying, you're going to meet your husband.
Yeah.
College, oh yeah, get the degree.
Yeah.
But you're going to meet your husband there.
Right. Right.
And why? Because he's young. He's on the rise. He's getting his higher education. This is his first time without parental supervision. Yes, we're starting off here together.
Yes. To be evenly yoked.
Evenly yoked.
Yes.
And that's the message that we need to correct with our daughters now. Because we got a whole generation right now that's sexy reading their way into loneliness.
Lonely. You see young girls.
Sexy reading.
Young girls, 4 years old, 5 years old, bouncing up and down, talking booty hole brown.
Yeah.
Boys.
Right.
How can you remain optimistic about the future?
How can you?
If I got sons. I got 4 sons and 3 daughters.
And I have 3 sons that need, and I need daughter-in-laws.
But where you gonna find them? Where you gonna find them?
I know.
Because it's gotten to that point. I'm not allowing you can't allow them to go out in the street and find them.
Yeah.
You can't.
It's crazy though. It's crazy when you think about that.
Yeah, it is.
Every girl, I want to know mother, father, I want to know history.
Yeah.
And if you have enough influence, if you have the right influence and enough, and you really have influence, you're not even letting your children interact with. I mean, I don't want you with that. But I can't stop you from being that. But let me show you something else, an alternative. But where do you find that alternative? Now I'm asking you.
I don't know what else.
I'm asking you.
I guess in like-minded thinking families, because we have the sons, and I know there's families that have the daughters that's like, how can my daughter get a husband in this day and age? You know, can she actually be matched, you know, with a young man that's going to treat her like a lady?
Sister, I'm so glad you brought that. Let me tell you something. I've talked to people. No one ever asked that question. What about your children?
Yeah. Very important.
I got sons. What kind of women are you gonna wind up? Are you gonna be involved in that process?
Yeah.
Because if you're not, who you hold brown? You know what I'm saying? I mean, you can come home with that. You can bring it home. You know what I'm saying? You can bring it home. I don't want that. I don't want booty hole brown. I don't want that. You know what I'm saying? And it's amazing. You know, we're laughing, but that's the reality.
It is the reality.
Your son could walk through the door with, "Hey, mama." Yeah. You know?
And it's scary.
And it's scary.
Like, okay, what does that mean for the next generation?
What does that mean for your grandchildren?
Right, because I think about that a lot.
That's the next generation. Your grandchildren.
Your grandchildren, and
that, you know, let me ask you something. Maybe that's where the disconnect occurs, because I'm thinking about the next generation. No, forget about my grandchildren.
Yeah.
That is the next generation.
That is the next generation.
And if I put the same emphasis on my grandchildren, and you put on yours, and yours is really, your standard is really high, because you have sons. Well, I want to make sure my daughters are prepared to meet your sons. And I know how you raising your sons. You ain't booty hole brown ain't gonna cut it, baby.
She
You know?
sure not.
You're not gonna cut it.
There is no room at
And
the
when
table.
you look at her saying booty hole brown, how you gonna look at me? Oh well,
Right.
hey baby. You know what I'm saying?
It's so true. It's very, very true. And I think we have to start thinking about the next generation. We have to.
But how, realistically, how does that? Can we do? I mean, where are we at with that? Where? Not just. I'm not. I mean, where as a people? When the grandmama is 33, 34,
Right, 34, 33, right.
the daughter's 20. Grandma's 35. Daughter's 20. Baby's 4.
And they all listen
Twerking.
to the same.
And they all listen
and
to
they
the
all
same.
listen to the same
Same.
music.
They all fighting for the same.
Attention.
No, not attention. The what you call that hairpiece?
Oh, the wig.
You know, that's what, because we're not black. Y'all not black women aren't really satisfied with themselves. They have to enhance. You know.
But I don't think any woman is satisfied with herself. I had this conversation.
Who buy fake hair?
Both of us now. Everybody
buy fake hair. In Japan, and in China, they don't sell that hair though. You know
No,
that?
what they
It's illegal to buy that hair. The Chinese don't buy it.
Well, in Japan, hair weaving is the hugest.
Yeah, but not for the
phenomenon.
Japanese.
No, for them, yes.
Really, for the Japanese? I know for China they don't though. No.
Absolutely. You got to remember, hair
Well, then we've
is
been misinformed over here.
for women, because I'm gonna tell you why.
And you should know. I don't mean to cut you off, but I'm gonna take your word for it because you're a
No
woman.
other man on the planet gives a damn of how the woman's package is put together, but the black man.
Wait a minute.
Russian man,
Wait a minute.
And I'm gonna tell you.
Wait a minute.
I'm gonna tell you. I'm gonna give you examples.
All right, we're gonna come back to this.
I'm gonna give you examples. The Russian man pays for them boobs. He pays for that dye job. He pays for them extensions. And when she get in that car with them fake boobs and them fake lips and that Botox face and them extensions and that bleach blonde hair, he said, "Baby, you look great."
Right. You know why the black man don't do
Pause. The Mexican man,
that? Okay.
he gonna pay for that lipo.
Right.
He gonna pay for that glyconic skin peel to take that top layer of flesh off. Okay.
Got down
So
to-
she get that baby skin.
She got down
he
to a
gonna pay
science.
for that butt.
Yeah.
He gonna pay for them diamonds and he paying for them extensions. And when she get in that car, he gonna say, "Baby, you look great."
Yeah. You know,
Right? When the Japanese woman come down them stairs, now she done super skinnied herself because you know they don't care about that big butt and all that stuff. That ain't feminine to them, right? What's feminine to them is that extra fair skin. So she done bleached herself. Okay, she done went and got her bleach treatment. Okay, she done got the eye treatment to widen her lids.
Yeah.
Right. She might have got her breasts reduced to make them a little smaller. He covered all of that.
All that.
When she get in that car, he says, "You're looking good, mama."
Yeah.
Right? When Becky get in that vehicle, American Becky now.
Yeah.
We ain't talking about the Russians. We talking about American Becky.
Yeah.
American Becky done injected her lips. She done been at the tanning salon all day. She got new boobies, right? She got a new tummy. She got a new butt. Made it a little curvier. Not outrageously, huge like him, but just a little curvier, She got her Britney Spears extensions or the Kim Kardashian extensions or the Khloe Kardashian extensions, right? She coming downstairs, cursing like a sailor, snort a line of coke. When she get in that car, what Tom say? "You look great, babe." Shaniqua get in that car with her lashes, her nails, a push-up bra, might be new titties in her lace front. What Tyrone say? "You don't love yourself." Huh? Why I don't love myself? Becky love herself with her generic parts. Chun-Li love herself with her new parts. Lolita love herself with her new parts. Why I can't be manufactured?
Because God created you
Absolutely.
in absolute image. We not black men ain't gonna give you that money because we love you just the way you
Yeah,
are.
absolutely.
But tell us
It
that
doesn't
every
even
day.
matter.
Tell us that every day.
Mic drop.
Yeah,
Exit
it
stage.
doesn't
You know what I'm
even
saying?
matter.
No,
That's why you ain't getting it.
no, I get that. But in our natural state, I'll give you a prime example. When we started wearing the relaxers, if brothers would have said to us then, we don't want your hair straight, we would have stopped straightening it.
At the time,
But that's when you lost. And the moment you require somebody else to secure your own validation.
But we are, as women, we're divinely engineered.
Do men ask you how to dress?
way.
Do we ask y'all how to dress?
Why do you think the stiletto was invented? A woman ain't invent no stiletto.
No, man. Do we ask you how we should dress?
No, but I think you guys do take pointers of what you think we find attractive.
You really think men?
Absolutely.
Dress?
I don't think men dress for other men. I don't think so.
No, they don't dress for other men.
So.
They dress for themselves.
But I think they dress for women in mind.
Yeah, but women and themselves. But women dress for women. They dress for other women. They dress for themselves. They dress for the men. They dress for so
We
many
have to
different-
dress for the world.
For the world.
Women have to dress
Women
for the
dress-
world. That's just the way
But
society is made.
black women don't have to dress for the world.
No, but we got to dress for the brother. And the brother is the most in demand and disempowered and divinely engineered man on this earth.
So
it's
all
a
those
different
attributes,
pressure.
With all those
pleasing the
why
brother.
would you have with all that going for the black man, and that's how the black women see us. Why I understand why what we say is important, but you coming to us in your own. What I'm getting to is that I think black women use it as that. You don't need me. You can't use me as the reason for you doing to yourself what you do to yourself, because you think I won't accept you other than that.
But
you don't think I would accept you? Do you think I would
ostracized?
accept you without that hair, without all that enhancement? Do you think I would accept you just for the beautiful black woman, not for the woman?
Maybe
forget everything else, for the woman that you are.
Maybe spiritually, but not outwardly.
So you coming into this with at a disadvantage. I know we started at a disadvantage.
Fathers started with their daughters. Because the father is the first love in a woman's life. So if the message you've received from, if you don't see women that your father is showing love and attention and affection to in this 100% natural state, he is conveying the message to you. As long as you the baby girl, you can wear those super curls. But once you become an older woman, I like to see it flatten out. That's why most girls, little girls, they get their first press and curl at a certain stage in life.
But you know that women would like to believe that your father is the first love of your life. But then why not act like that when you actually come into life? I mean, you're not.
When the black woman interacts with a black man, she's definitely not acting like her father.
Has she had a father? And what kind of father has she had? We could say the same for the brothers. The mother is the first love of his life. But what kind of mother has he had? Did he have a mother? So there's two wounds being inflicted simultaneously at the same time. And the only way to move towards the healing is to acknowledge that those wounds are being simultaneously inflicted. Let's pause on having all the babies during the healing process and really start to love one another. I don't see so much love in this generation. There's a love of money, there's a love of attention, but not so much love of each other.
We gotta understand the concept of love. Love don't make the world go round. It just makes the ride worthwhile.
Yes, and that's important to make the ride. The ride worthwhile is so important. Who wants to be on the ride without the seatbelt?
But the ride doesn't really matter if you don't have all the variables. Remember, it's not the journey or the destination.
Right,
it's the
that's
company
true.
you keep along the way.
It's the company you keep along the way.
know?
Everyone is.
Because do you think he would have been? Do you think Sean would be as far as he is now had he been without you?
We was on that crazy journey together. As wild as he was, I matched it.
And as great as he is,
I matched
you matched it.
I did.
Hey.
And that's why it was absolutely divinely linked. Because there was nothing that could come between us. You know, and I want that for all men and women. We want to start a matchmaking thing because we see a lot of brothers that need wives, not baby mothers.
Well,
wives, and we see a lot of sisters that need husbands
I
too.
hope you be successful with that because this is a big thing to be engaged. This is a big thing to gauge against. You're gonna have cat got to step up to the plate. You know, I mean, it's kind of unfair. It's unfair. Now, we're talking about Sean Bigga now. I mean, come on now. It's not fair. We gotta be fair now.
We are
gotta be fair
be
now.
Fair.
You want to try to catch up with this cat? Give me a couple of years head run. Head start. And
then, but we want to see that. We want to see the families.
Some good.
Some good men and women. And we're gonna have a criteria. There's some people that we can't link. But there's a lot of people that can be linked. They just don't know how to get linked up. They don't know where to go. And it's not at the club.
No, it's not.
Right? It's not at the club. Now, yes, I know there's a few people that'll challenge and say, well, I met my husband or I met my wife at the club. And that's because that was supposed to be.
Right.
That was supposed. Some things just happened, and it was supposed to be that way.
Supposed to be that way.
I have a cousin that she met her husband on a double date, right? The primary couple couldn't stand each other by the end of the evening. After they left, they didn't even want to talk. They like, all right, I'm out.
That was it.
She like, well, I'm staying.
That was God doing this thing.
And 33 years later, they still together.
Still together. That's God doing this thing.
So sometimes God just doing his work, and he just had a vehicle that linked you in, right? Which might have been that primary couple that said, man, I got a girl I'm taking out tonight, why don't you just come and be my wingman? And she said, girl, I'm going out with this guy, you just come and be my wing woman. But not knowing God was orchestrating those two people to come together that night, know? So we firmly believe that we can connect some real eligible bachelors and bachelorettes and just set aside some of the luggage that they've accumulated in the dating game. Because if you've been dating 10 years or more, you got some baggage you coming with. You got some distrust issues you coming with. You got some, sisters ain't S-H-I-T and the brothers
sugar honey
ain't
iced tea.
Sugar honey iced tea. So, we want to definitely, support,
You want to be that bridge, that
we
gap.
want to, and if we get
if you find
one out of
like-minded
the 10,
individuals, then you've accomplished something.
yes.
That's good.
If we get 1 out of the 10, then walk down that aisle.
What would be a common denominator for both people, you would think? I'm just off the top of your head, because I'm just curious how, anybody watching, what would be a common thing that people would have to possess? Because I know there are 5
Their
things.
own residence.
Okay, well,
on both ends.
Okay.
Because we're not dealing with people that are 18, 19. We dealing with the 30 plus.
30 plus. Okay, why not 18, 19? You just...
Because I think they still have enough opportunity and time to still figure it out.
Perhaps they're still trying to find themselves.
Yeah, then you're still learning you.
Yeah, they're not growing yet.
Yeah, you're still learning you. 18, 19, especially, this generation. I think the 70s babies and the 60s babies were thrusted into adulthood and adult situations a lot earlier. So our maturity level was a little different.
Right.
Some of us were already living on our own, 15, 16 years old. So I think the 18, 19-year-olds, some of them are just leaving the house for the first time and going on college campuses, They were the generation that didn't play outside without parental supervision.
Right.
That's the play date generation. That's the generation
that's empowering.
Yes, the 18 and 19-year-olds, they are the generation that had orchestrated play dates. Okay, call, Giovanni and Jaden. We're going to meet up at the skating rink and we're going to play. As opposed to our generation, we would just say, everybody need a skate key. Pew! We all had skate key together. No parental supervision. We just had skate key, So they still have a lot of self-discovery to do.
Right.
And I would like them to do that. The 30 and up,
30 plus.
30 plus. Self-discovery should be almost at the midpoint because the self-discovery is lifelong.
Right, exactly.
But you're at your midpoint now. You got a pretty good idea of what you like and what you're not really willing to entertain. And that's on both ends. As far as careers go, You're either working your job or you're building towards that career that you're going towards. Maybe finishing master's level. Who knows? But 9 times out of 10, you left your parents' house already. And you may have that studio, maybe rooming, but you got that independent space. And why that is so important is we want them to meet on balanced terms.
And yeah, I get that, but I see the finance and positioning. That's all part of it from
Yeah.
your,
You don't have to be rich, but you do have to at least have your own residence.
So there's standards.
Because we don't want manipulation. There is a thing now that is called homeless sexuals.
Wait, what?
Homeless sexuals.
Homeless sexuals. Homeless
Yes.
sexuals.
Homeless men?
Homeless sexuals is a male or woman that doesn't have a stable residence and will use their attractiveness and sexual talents to gain temporary housing for a significant amount of time.
I used to call them gigolos.
Right. It was a gigolo, right? And this is a male and woman. And sometimes they'll solidify their position by breeding. Oh, I can't go now because I'm pregnant. Oh, shoot, I can't leave you now. You pregnant. And now you done found yourself engulfed in a homeless sexual union for 5 to 10 years into the baby.
I hope you just taking shots. I hope this. Golly, that's frightening.
No, but this is what's going on.
That is true, though.
This is what's going on. You'll usually meet them at the gym, particularly Planet Fitness. Right? Because they
you make me cool. And the lawsuit's pending.
And why? I have a theory because the membership is $5.
Now after they hit you
And
with
they're
this,
open
now that they hit you with
24
this defamation of character, like
I remember Planet Fitness. And let me tell you, they got a great class.
no, I'm just joking, sister. Let's get away from that.
Oh, okay. But before we wrap up, I'm just telling all the men and women. That's
no, don't wrap up. Yeah, we still talking, man. You ain't just joking. You don't wrap. We just talking. We going.
Phenomenon. And what they do is they linger in the gym.
Maybe we better wrap up.
And they pose.
I'm trying to save my brother some money, baby. Please. Don't say no names.
Pose as personal trainers.
Don't say no names.
I'm not gonna say no names. But they pose as personal trainers.
Don't give no descriptions either.
I'm warning them.
That's character assassination.
I gotta warn the men.
Is there a law
and
against
women
character
out there.
assassination?
And they'll say, "Hey, I can help you with your workout." And you're like, "Oh, okay," and they'll slide it in. Like, where do you stay? Oh, I live over here in Co-op City. Or, I live in Jersey. And they say, "Wow." And next thing you know, they're training you. And then they're coming over. And next thing you know, they're living there. And you're like, how did this happen? It's a whole phenomenon.
That sounds like something on Criminal Minds. I'm waiting for the hatchet to come out.
And if you're in New York, you're really in trouble because, after 30 days, they have squatters' rights.
Yeah,
so,
they do.
You like, get out. And they're like, make me.
It's an industry.
You just don't.
I already got my mail coming here. You know what I mean? Why you so
30 days and you got squatters' rights.
Yeah,
That is
in
valuable
New York.
information for someone.
In New York.
Somewhere.
So brothers and
we know who
sisters,
you are.
beware.
I'm trying to be cool.
So it's for real. So that's why I want stop laughing, V. That's why I want for us to start with minimal. You got to have your own place, and I don't care if it's a studio, 1 bedroom. If it's just you, it's cool.
Now, what is Becky's mother saying? Is Becky telling her he got to have his own place, or Becky saying he's got to have these qualities?
Well, she is at 30. She's praying Becky's married.
Yes, but
And if she's not, she's a little scared.
So, what do you think? You think all women are looking for those things? Are there? Or can a man just possess something? What if a man says, I don't have any home, I don't have any money. Mm-hmm. I have, I tell you what I do have though. Mm-hmm. I have love, loyalty, respect, honor, obedience, and the capacity for self-control. Would you allow me would you share my life and allow me to share yours and see where this journey will take us? I don't know where it's going, but wherever it takes us, I will never leave you.
Below 22.
Huh?
Below the age of 22. After
You just shot me down. I just hit you with the heartfelt, baby. They felt that in Canada. Come on. I just hit you with it. I felt that. And I'm a man. And another funny bone in my body. I felt that. You didn't feel. Wait, whoa, come on. Did I just take a shot and get shot down?
I've been
You
there.
didn't. I felt that.
I've been there.
You've been
because
there?
when I was with this man on his ascension, I remember when he left school, high school. I went to all girls Catholic school. I got put out,
Well, I'm talking about the mother kid. I ain't talking about you. I'm talking
No,
about
but
the
I'm
mother
saying at a certain stage, and this goes for the brothers too.
Right.
A sister could come with you with that same speech, right? But she got already the luggage of the speech that she gave the last brother, right? We're talking about fertility responsibility.
What do you mean? She had a child?
Too many.
Listen, let me tell you something. I'm a firm believer. I'm excited because I know where you're going with that, but I believe that anyone can have the child.
Yes.
But the parent is the one who raises the child.
The parent
And I'm a
is-
firm believer. If I met a woman with 10 kids, it's the truth from here to heaven. If she had 10 kids and I loved her, I would love them.
Of course you would.
And I would accept them as my own.
Of course you would.
Period.
Would you at 25?
Yes.
At 25?
At 20, yes.
Well, you were already.
Yes,
You was
at
already
25,
locked
yes,
down
because
at 25.
I understand the necessity and the value of family, but no, wait a minute. Well, let me be practical. At 25, perhaps not. No, let me keep it pimping.
This is what I'm saying.
I was speaking too bad. At 25, I'm wrong. No, I wouldn't have at 25.
And that's why I said for
I
a
wouldn't
woman, that
Yeah,
proposal
straighten that out.
is great until 25. 25 is a pivotal time in both men and women.
That's a cultural thing because other cultures at 25 have houses and marriage, families, all that.
But other cultures also, when your daughter is not married or engaged and she's edging that 30, they start having that talk. I told you, Japan is called the bottom of the fruit. In China, they got another name for it. In India, they got another name for it. And you know why? Because we are on a clock. Brothers aren't. So there's a disadvantage that women are divinely
We're not on the clock
engineered
because
with.
we don't know any better.
Well, not because we don't know each other, just biologically.
No, I mean men don't know any better.
Okay,
Women
but
don't
I
know.
think women also, a lot of our value is in being able to create those families that we want to give the men we love. We want to give him them babies. We want to give him the best years of our lives. And we know as we edge closer to the 40 mark, our fertility
That's
diminishes.
not the image though that's presented.
Yeah, because they lying and they selling a dream.
No, black women go out the club. Women go. They hang out. When they get to a certain.
We just went to the club the other night.
Yeah,
Well,
but-
last night,
yeah.
me and hubby, and we had such a great time. Shout out to Jay Fresh and Unique Mecca Audio and all those wonderful sisters and brothers that was in there last night. One of the things we noticed immediately was there were so many builder bodies in the building, right? Belonging to nanas. Nanas.
Yeah.
Nana don't need a builder body.
Yes, I'm trying to get a man.
Yeah, trying to relive her youth.
Let me ask you a question.
Now, if Nana got to build a body to please her husband, because this is what he want too, cool. But Nana gotta understand that there's a time and there's an expiration of the opportunity, right? I'm looking forward to when I'm blessed with the next generation, the grandbabies. I'm looking forward to it.
Right.
I ain't gonna be there pretending with the build a body at the club.
But you didn't. You
My
started
butt
out
is
the way it
22.
began is how it ended. You were
My butt
fortunate
is
enough.
22 and my face is 63. That's not gonna work.
You were fortunate enough to run into a situation that's gonna make you greater. When you were 15 and you ran into this bubble, that was God doing this thing. But you've never been. But I don't know. But I can only assume because judging from this kind of cat, he never put no. He doesn't. I don't think he doesn't seem like the type that would need you to enhance yourself in order to validate him. You understand what I'm saying? Because you ain't got boom 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 bam. I don't think he's not gonna feel any less of that. You know, if you don't have that, he's not gonna regard you any differently. Right. If you with him, you with him as you are. I believe that's what it. That I don't believe that he put that on you. Listen, I want to be with you, but you gotta have this, and then we get with you. Was that the case?
He did. I think we expected each other to sustain.
No, to stand as far as your personality, your perseverance.
No, to sustain the beauty.
Yeah, but that's still different.
That's
different. That means you sustain beauty by taking care of yourself.
Yes, taking care of each other.
But he's saying that I didn't request that you get, these big boobs, and I didn't request that you
boom boom bam, boom boom bam,
boom boom bam.
What's the fake butt now? The BBL.
That was not part of the conversation. That was never part.
What do you think about the BBL, Mr. Jones? Have you seen one in person?
Yeah, I've seen them. Yeah, I've seen them. I've seen them walk on. I've seen them fall up and down like 2 pigs in a blanket. You know what I'm saying? 2 pigs in a blanket. I think that.
What do you think of it?
It's, I think that white women started getting them because the white women were attracted to black women who had them. And then the black women wanted a certain kind of it seemed like all black men who were prominent started getting with white women. So black women, in order to compete with the white women, and they went and got it for themselves. I don't think anything that God didn't give you is necessary. I just don't. And not my perspective. It could be different. But at the end of it all, I don't think God gave you anything or didn't. I don't think you can. I don't think you should enhance yourself. I don't think you should fix yourself. When I think that anybody that requires you to do so in order to receive their love or their affection, they're the wrong person for you.
And somebody that's just looking at the outside and again instead of looking at the inside.
The inner, because the inner is what's most important.
That's what I would ask.
That's what survives.
Yeah.
You're gonna stay with him if God forbid, for me, with my wife, God forbid, I come to a point where I can't move, I can't do for myself. She's staying with me not because she got a big butt or because she don't have none of that. She's staying with me because of what's in here.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
And despite the BBLs or the BDDs or if what's needed there is not there, none of that is gonna matter.
No, that does not stay the course.
That don't stay the course.
That don't stay the course. This has been
then
awesome.
why indulge yourself in it in the first place? Why?
That is so true. That is so true. This has been so awesome. I am so humbled and excited and
I'm gonna tell you something. When black women are gonna come into their own,
when
they realize they are the most important thing, they're the most incredible and most amazing thing on this planet. Black women have a gene in them called the Eve gene.
That's right.
That allows them to have children of any hue. And that's what it is. We're all men, but we're of different shades. So we're any hue, different hue men. A man of different hues. That's what we. So we're all connected. But the black woman can have a child of any hue. Any hue. She's the only one that can do that. Isn't that enough? Don't that tell you something?
Tells us everything we need
You're
to know.
the only one in creation that can provide, that can create in that way.
Only by the divine.
Exactly. If nothing else, that there is a God. That lets you know there is a God. And that lets you know that he smiles upon you, the black woman. I trust that that you find yourself by yourself and remember me in the process. Because I'm there with you. You know, I've been stricken from the picture. You know, but I'm there. I'm still there. You know?
And with that, I'm gonna say that is a wrap. I think that was beautiful.
Peace and love.
Peace and love, people.
And thank you, Sean Bigga. This is my horse if he never win a race. Believe that.
And everybody for the young generation, Because I was looking at our thing today. We go from 25, they're saying, to 55 years old is the people that's tuning in. So for the 25-year-olds, the 30-year-olds, because I just played my son the video today, he was bugged out. You know, please, I need y'all to go and Google. Can't.
Oh yeah, let me tell you something. In April, March 18th.
March 18th.
March 18th, Walking in the Rain, the play. It'll be in Queens. I will send you the information.
Yes.
It's just been booked. It's the play. We've already ran in Philadelphia and Washington. The rave reviews, you know.
Oh, that's awesome.
And it's a play and reenactment of the record. Walking in the Rain, the play. I'm in the play. I'm gonna send you all the information.
Awesome.
And I would love to see you there. It'll be in Queens, in New York, March 18th. March 18th or April 18th. I'm not sure. We just booked the date. I mean, like yesterday.
Yeah.
Nice.
And
So
I would definitely be there.
that's why I didn't tell you about it early, because we just got it yesterday. But it's absolute. It's done. It's a done deal. And I'll give you all the information, and you will only find it here. I'm not giving it nowhere else. This my brother's gonna have it.
And me and the Queen will absolutely be there. Please, yes. Google it up, YouTube it up, Walking in the Rain.
Yeah, the play.
Greatest-
Walking in the Rain, the play.
And what's your Instagram?
Oran Juice Jones Official.
Wonderful.
Yeah, Oran
and
Juice
will the
Jones
link
Official.
and have you a link on the Instagram about the play?
Yeah, I will. I
Information
just
about
got the
play?
information yesterday. I will have everything to be there. And also online is Oran Juice Jones 57 at gmail.com. That's my how cats call, get to me like that.
If somebody wanted to support you in the Cash App, you want to give your
Yeah,
Cash App?
Orange Juice. It's Orange Juice Jones. The $ Orange Jones. Orange Jones. That's the
Support in
$ Orange
Cash App.
Jones. You know what I'm
Support
saying?
the legends.
We
I
trying to
watch
do-
y'all give all of these people money that just bring havoc to our community, have a terrible message to our community, but y'all fill their Cash Apps up with money. Support the legends.
But all we're going to do with the money is try and pass it forward. You dig what I'm saying?
Exactly.
And try to
give
help
it
a situation.
When you Cash App
You
those
know?
that are positive,
Yeah,
we are
we're just
here
gonna
to
try to
grow the
help somebody.
community with something
You know?
positive.
Because like I was telling the cat earlier, it don't really matter what boat we came over on. We all in the same boat now. You dig what I'm saying? We all we have. It's between us and God. That's it. And you have to acknowledge that.
And stay tuned soon. My brother will be opening up his own channel soon.
Yes, with the help of my brother here.
Exactly. I'll be a
Yes,
guest
sir.
on there. This is not the end, and this is just going forward all the way.
Well, he's
to
more than
heaven.
a guest. This is my brother. I'm looking for him in the
Exactly.
daytime with a flashlight. I keep telling him that.
Here we'll be back.
We'll be back.
We'll be back.
Love you.
And my queen, thank you so very much. We got to acknowledge her, the queen, because
Yes.
she's the meaning and purpose for all this. You think without her,
Oh,
it'd be no us.
Thank you.
Everybody who got game got it from a woman, and that woman was a queen.
All
Absolutely.
right.
That's so true.
And that's a wrap.
And that's a wrap.